Right, so these are all of the neutral excavate treasures. So let's just run over the excavate mechanic real fast. What you do is you play a card that says excavate, a bit like a card says battle cry or discover. The new keyword for this set is excavate. You play a card that says excavate, and you get one of these cards in your hand. The first time you excavate, you get a common one. The second time you excavate, you get a rare one. The third time you excavate, you get an epic, and after that, you get a legendary one. The commons all cost 1, rares all cost 2, epics all cost 3, legendaries all cost 4. It's nice and streamlined. So let's take a quick look at the common ones. So there's a 1 mana 2/2 rush. That's just a pretty strong card. A 1 mana deal 3 damage. Again, strong card. 1 mana restore 3 health. Draw a card. That's, again, very strong. Pouch of coins, get 2 coins. It's like a better innovate, which is still seeing play in Druid. And Fool's Azurite, discover a 2-cost card. It costs 0. So these are very good. Even the first time you excavate, you're going to be getting a solid card. I would say these cards are on a similar power level to what's the name of the? It's not Blingtron, the Mimiron. You know the Mimiron rogue card that adds you play a mech and you get a random like 1 mana spell or whatever. These are like similar power level to that, so they're good. And then the second time you excavate, you get one of these. So Living Stone, 2 mana 2/4. Elemental with Taunt, Death Rattle, summon a random 2-cost minion. That's pretty good stats for the cost. On average, that's like a 2 mana 4/6. Canary, a 2 mana beast, 2/1, return an enemy minion to its owner's hand. So that's a sap with a body. Pretty good. Glowing Glyph, 2 mana, give a minion and its neighbors +1/+2. That, again, in the right deck, that's very strong. That's like +3/6 of buff stats. That is probably one of the weaker ones, though. Falling Stalactite, 2 mana, deal 3 damage to a minion and the enemy hero. Again, that's pretty weak. That's not much better than the rock. An Azurite Chunk, 2 mana, discover a 3-cost card. It costs 0. So, overall, I think these 2 mana ones are probably not quite as good as the 1 mana ones. I mean, maybe they are. I feel like these two are pretty weak, though. The other ones are fine. Then the 3 mana ones, you've got Ogre Fist Boulder, 3 mana, set a minion stats to 6/7. Motherlode Drake, 3 mana 4/3. Rush, Divine Shield, and Lifesteal. Yeah, these two pretty good. Steelhide Mole, 3 mana Taunt Reborn, can't be targeted by spells or hero powers. Oh yeah, I mean, if your opponent drops this, that's hella annoying. Collapse, deal 3 damage to all enemies, very strong. Azurite Gem, discover a 5-cost card, it costs 0. Yeah, these are all good. So you've got a whole row of good ones for 1 mana. You've got a whole row of good ones for 3 mana, and then maybe a couple of stinkers in the 2 mana row. But overall, that's very solid for the excavate mechanic. I don't think you're ever really going to be sad to see one of these excavate cards in the hand. Now, what I really wanted to look at was the legendary excavate cards, but I can't find them. Is there anybody who has a link to all of the legendary excavate cards? Because I think there are like 5 or 6 classes that have a 4th excavate choice, which is going to be fairly meta defining. I'll see if I can find it again. Hearthstone. Hearthstone has them. Okay. Hearthstone legendary excavates. So there's this one. So this is the rogue one. The Azurite Scorpion. 4 mana 5/5. Battle Cry. Oh, hang on. Have we got them all here? This might have them all here. Yes, that's got them. Thank you very much, Humpy Bumpy. I think we're still missing one, though. I think we're missing the Warrior one, but that hasn't been revealed yet, I believe. So we're probably... Like, 99% of the cards have been revealed. I think we're just waiting on, like, 2 or 3 more. So, this is the legendary Death Knight Excavate card. The Azurite Rat, 4 mana, 5/5. Battle Cry, resurrect your highest cost minion. Give it +2/+2 reborn and lifesteal. So that's very, very strong. That's a massive lump of stats. I believe you can discover this multiple times if you excavate like a 5th and a 6th time. It will keep giving this back. Obviously, there's going to be some crazy synergy with this. Like, for example, if you play it after a Titan, you're going to get a Titan back. Very strong. Then you've got the Azurite Snake, 4 mana 5/5 elemental beast. This is the Warlock one. Your hero steals 10 health from the enemy hero. I think a lot of people are going to be trying to build a deck around this card. You excavate, like, if you can get, if you play 3 copies of this card in the game, you win, right? Your opponent cannot heal this damage back. If you play this, they are on 20 life max for the rest of the game. You play it again, they're on 10 life max for the rest of the game. Does it kill you if you have armor? Yes. If you have 0 health and 100 armor, you die. So this is, I do think this is going to be probably the most powerful excavate card. Like, but it steals life too, so you get 10 life. And the mage one, the Azurite Hawk, 4 mana 5/5. Battle Cry, get a random Titan. It costs 1. That is incredibly powerful. You can reverb it as well if you really want, because it costs 1. So you can play the Titan on the same turn. You can reverb it. Yeah, that's kind of bonkers. And then the Azurite Scorpion. This is a rogue one, 4 mana 5/5 elemental beast. Battle Cry, get 4 random spells. If you've excavated 8 times, they cost 0. Excavating 8 times is going to be very difficult. I think when we look at the rogue cards, rogue can probably do it easier than the other classes, but it's still going to be tricky. I think this is the weakest of the legendary excavate cards. So, like, getting 4 random spells, I don't think you're really that happy about that. That's kind of like Sunwell. You know, if you play a Sunwell for 4 mana, you're getting 5 random legendary spells. So this is not really that much better than the Sunwell. When they cost 0, yes, then it starts getting good. But you have to, like, you have to excavate 8 times. So you're going to be, I imagine the only way you would make this work is if you literally excavated 8 times and you had, like, 4 or 5 of these in your hand, and then you play them all to get the 0 mana spells on the same turn. But that's going to be incredibly difficult to pull off. If you can pull it off, it's very powerful. It's like Yogg levels of power. Like, I would say that once you've excavated 8 times, this is probably a better Yogg. But until you've done that, I think this... I think it's going to be very difficult to pull off, basically. But yeah, I wanted to look at all of the excavate rewards before we jump into the full set reviews. So now we can jump into the full set reviews. So we're going to start with PP Palladino. Now, chat can get involved with these ratings. So if you want to rate the card, you simply, when we pull a card up, you simply type your rating in the chat. If you think it's the best card ever, 5 stars. If you think it's never going to see play, 1 star. Just type 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the chat. So we'll get the first poll rolling. Hold on. Right, so poll has been started now, and the first card we're going to rate is the Badlands Bandits. So this is 6 mana. Let me just check. Has the poll started? Yeah, the poll has started. Right. 6 mana, get 8 3/2 bandits with bonus effects. Any that can't fit in your hand are summoned instead. So, what I would say is if you have 2 cards in your hand, this is obviously terrible, right? The Badlands Bandits are like there are similar cards called Adventurers, which are already in the game at the moment. They're 2/2s rather than 3/2s, so these are slightly better than the Adventurers, but the Adventurers saw no play. Now, where this card becomes good is when it summons them rather than putting them in your hand. And as we're going to see from the rest of the Paladin set, there are a lot of hand buff cards in Paladin. So let's say that you play this when you have a full hand. It summons 7 3/2s onto the board with bonus effects. So that is not far off of Elemental Inspiration. Obviously, you have to build your deck around it. You have to have a full hand. Elemental Inspiration, you also have to kind of build your deck around it a bit by playing the spell schools. I do think it's a good omen for the card that we're comparing it to Elemental Inspiration, because Elemental Inspiration is bonkers. It's one of the best cards in the game at the moment. I do think that it costs 1 less mana of Elemental Inspiration in Mage. It's summoning 3/2s rather than 4/5s, which are obviously significantly worse. I think most people, when they see this card, will think it's shit. But I think it's actually not that bad. I think in the big hand Paladin deck, I think you definitely do want to run this card. And I think for that reason, I'd probably give it a 3 star. So, what did chat give it? Nobody's given it a 4 or 5 star. Most people in chat have given it a 2. So, I'm going to give it a 2 from chat. The Badlands Bandits, Meatman gave it a 3. Chat gave it a 2. Alright. So, let's go to the next card. And we'll restart the poll. So, don't vote yet. Okay, the poll is up and running. Living Horizon. So this is another one of the hand Paladin cards. It's a 10 mana 4/6 elemental. Taunt, Divine Shield costs 1 less for each other card in your hand. So this is a very strong card if you're playing it for 1 mana. So if you have a full hand, you are very happy to play a 1 mana 4/6 with Taunt and Divine Shield. My question is, how big does your hand have to be to make this good? If this costs 4 mana, am I happy to play it? Meh, not really. Not in standard. 3 mana, I'm okay with that. 2 mana, yep, sign me up. 1 mana, it's the nuts. I do think that there's another card, the Paladin Legendary, which I want to look at next, which has good synergy with this. So, by itself, I do think it's a strong card, which might enable some archetypes, but only if it's played for 1 or 2 mana. So, I would probably, for that reason, give it a 3 star. I think it's probably slightly better than the previous one, Badlands Bandits. So I will give it a 3. The poll is not live. Why is it not live? Hold on. Sorry. I'll give you guys a bit of time. The poll didn't go live for whatever reason, so I'll give you like 30 seconds to vote on it now. Sorry about that. So I gave this one a 3, and chat's giving it between a 3 and a 4. I'll call it a 3 from chat as well. Actually, no, there's more 4s coming through. Okay, chat's spoken. We'll give it a 4. You guys quite like that card. Right, let's move on to the next one. No, I wanted to look at the legendary card next. So we're going to rate Spirit of the Badlands. So I wanted to look at Spirit of the Badlands next because I think this has good synergy with the other 2 cards. If your deck has no duplicates, get a permanent Mirage, a 3 mana 3/4 undead beast. So the Mirage, at the start of your turn, transform into a copy of a minion in your deck. This stays in your hand. So I think one of the things that they imagine you doing with PP Palladino is you have a Highlander Paladin. You play your Spirit of the Badlands on 3, and then you have a big hand, and you basically keep discovering the 1 mana 4/6 with Taunt and Divine Shield. So that's the dream, right? The dream is every turn, this Mirage is basically summoning your 1 mana 4/6. And maybe later on in the game, when you're done with tempo, you can use this Mirage to generate more powerful things from your deck. So, for example, you could add a copy of a Titan, or you could add a copy of a Colossal Minion. It's powerful. I wonder if this card could also be tutored out somehow. Some smart cookie will probably find a way to tutor this card out. Maybe they'll print cards in the future that will tutor it out. And then, if you get this early and you can guarantee getting it early, then you could maybe run a deck that only runs like 3 minions. So you always discover exactly what you want. I think it's a strong card, and I would probably give this a... Wait, is the poll not live? Why is the poll not live? Does it only run for 1 minute or something? Oh, I need to click the start poll button. Right, okay. I understand now. Right, rate the card. Let me go and get myself a bowl of cereal while I let you guys catch up. Yeah, I agree with this rating. I think this is a 4-star card as well. I think it's just good. I think people are going to be excited to play it. So let's give it a 4 from Meatman and a 4 from chat. Alright. Next card, and let's try and do this right this time. Right, the poll is up. It's actually running this time. Lawful Longarm, 5 mana, Rush Lifesteal, Battle Cry, gain +1 attack for each card in your hand. More synergy with the hand buff mechanic. So again, if you've got a big hand, imagine that you have like 8 or 9 cards in your hand. This is Reno, right? You're going to heal for 8 or 9, but it's quite slow. Like, it's very slow. It's more, I think, an arena card than a constructed card. So maybe you'd run it in Highlander Paladin because you want a big hand anyway. You know, maybe there are situations where you want to discover copies of this off of your 3 mana card so you can just keep healing up and removing boards at the same time. Like, it looks to me a little. It's kind of in the same spot as like maybe Altered Chord. You know that Shaman card that deal 6 and heal 6, and it costs 2 when you are overloaded. This might leave a body behind. You know, it can't get through taunts. It's probably not quite as strong as Altered Chord. I'd probably give it a 2 if I'm being generous. Let's see what chat gave it. Chat also gave it a 2. I think that's a fair rating. Yeah, I think that's fair. Right, we'll move on to the next card. Let me set this poll up. All right, it's all set up. We're getting better at this now. Lay down the law. 2 mana holy spell, tradable. Set a minion's attack and health to 1. Quick draw, then deal 1 damage to it. So we had a similar card to this before. It was called there was a 2 mana spell that set a minion's attack and health to 3. So that had like offensive and defensive applications. This is just an offensive spell. If you draw it on the same turn, it's destroy a minion. 2 mana destroy a minion. Kind of okay. And if you don't need it, you can always trade it away, which makes the quick draw effect active again when you do draw it. I don't think it's a terrible card, but I don't think I would ever put it in my deck. Like Paladin just has better options than this. Like there's a 4 mana holy spell they use to remove everything at the moment, right? They buff one of their own things up and then they kill the whole board. So I think this is probably a 1 from me. I don't really think it'll see play. Chat's putting it at a 3. Yeah, this one I really don't think we'll see play. I've got to be honest. I'm giving it a 1. I'll take the 3 from chat though. Yeah, what's up, GeoBeam? Okay, right. Next one, Holy Cowboy. Let me put the poll up. Poll is up. 3 mana 4/3 Battle Cry. Your next holy spell costs 2 less. So that carries over into the next turn. Are there any holy spells that we really want to get out, like 2 turns earlier? Like, what's the best holy spell that we could possibly use this with? Because that's a powerful effect, right? This, like, let's say there's always cards in Hearthstone which you want to get out early, right? Like, for example, I don't know, like an Ignis weapon, like the 10 mana Ignis weapon. If you could find a way to get that out on like turn 8 or turn 6, you win the game. Or Thaddeus, right? Thaddeus Warlock. Thaddeus Warlock is great because they find a way to get the Thaddeus out on turn 6. So what this card needs is a holy spell that's like Thaddeus or like the Ignis weapon. And then this card is nuts because you can get it out 2 turns earlier. Yeah. Oh, you could do a Kotoroi combo. Yeah, you're right. Because it makes Kotoroi easier to work with. Turn Divine Shield into a 5/5. Yeah, you could do that for 0 mana. I don't think this card will be played in current standard, but I do think if there's one very good, very expensive holy spell that gets printed in the future, this could see play. So I think I'll give this a 2-star for now. Chat is also on 2-star, so I think 2 is what it is. Alright, next card. Hi-Ho Silverwing. 2 mana, 2/1 dragon, Divine Shield, Death Rattle, draw a holy spell. There's a lot going on there, isn't there? So this reminds me of the card which rotated with the Barons. There was a 1 mana 1/1 which Battle Cry drew a holy spell. So this is drawing the holy spell, but you're not getting it for a long time because this has it's Divine Shield and Death Rattle. So this Death Rattle is not proccing for a long time. It's a dragon, which is relevant. It's very rare to find low-cost dragons, and that sometimes does have impact. Have a dragon that you're happy to play in your deck for like amalgams and ends offs and cards like that they might print in the future. Overall, it's a strong card, right? It's a loot hoarder with a divine shield that tutors out a specific. I think this is just pretty solid. I think this could definitely see a lot of play. I'd probably give it a 3-star. Chat's also on board with 3-star. It's a nice card, isn't it? It's doing a lot for a 2-drop. I don't think you're ever really unhappy to play this as a 2-drop. So it will fit in a lot of decks. 3-star. Deputization Aura. Let me just get the poll reset. Poll is live. So this, why I can't stream later because I need to go and pick my wife up from the station. 3 mana holy spell. Your leftmost minion has +3 attack and lifesteal. Last 3 turns. Oh. So what they want you to do with this card is they want you to have a lot of minions on the board, which Paladin is generally pretty good at doing. And then they want you to conga line your minions into an enemy minion and you get like a Reno, right? I don't know what I think about this. I mean, I don't think it's as good as Crusader Aura. I think it's more situational. Most of the time as Paladin, you don't really want lifesteal. So I'm probably giving this a 1. Because you're never gonna want to run like multiple auras in a deck, are you? So yeah, chat's giving it a 2. I'm giving it a 1. This is bad. Yeah, insane. You're supposed to type 1, not this is bad. Anyway, next card. Showdown. 2 mana. both players summon 3/3/3 outlaws. Give yours rush. So, if you use this card just by itself, it does nothing. But it does have good synergy with the next card, which I'm going to flash up quickly. Prismatic Beam. Deal 3 damage to all enemies. Cost 1 less for each enemy minion. So what they want you to do is they want you to play Showdown, and then they want you to play Prismatic Beam. Right? That's the combo. But there's also other combos with Showdown. Like, for example, let's say that you have Crusader Aura active. Let's say that you play Crusader Aura on turn 4. Well, now the Showdown, as the rushers go into the enemy's 3/3s, are buffing themselves up. So what this is going to do is summon 3 outlaws with 5/1. Right? That's what it will do if you have Crusader Aura active. So, has good synergy with Crusader Aura, has good synergy with this next card, Prismatic Beam. There's probably going to be other things it has synergy with as well. Maybe, like, I'm not that smart at deck building, so I haven't thought of them yet. Sea Giant, thank you. It has very good synergy with Sea Giant. I don't think this is a bad card. In the right deck. So I'd probably give it a 2 for that reason. Chat's giving it a mega 1. Okay, chat. 2 from Meatman and a 1 from chat. But yeah, you can do some fun stuff with this, but it's probably, for the amount of bad cards that you have to run to make this good, it's probably not worth it. And then this one, Prismatic Beam. Hold on, I need to reset the poll. There we go. Vote. 7 mana, deal 3 damage to all enemies. Cost 1 less for each enemy minion. Again, it's very situational, right? They clearly want you to run it with the previous card. It's like Crash of Thunder and Shaman, but much more difficult to make it cost 0. So, again, just because of the synergy with the previous card that we've seen, I would probably give it a like a 2-star, but not more than that. I mean, it is worth noting, if you play, like, if you have the king hand, if you have 2 Showdowns and a Prismatic Beam on turn 4, do you just win? Do you just win every game? Like, 2 copies of this plus this is clearing the board. Like, if your opponent, let's say that your opponent plays a minion and then you coin out 2 Showdowns and play this for 0 mana on turn 3, you do just win every game, right? You get creation probably isn't good enough on 4. Like, the creation will probably only deal 2 most of the time on 4. What I'm saying is that there is a massive high roll potential here, but I don't think it's going to be consistent enough to make its way into a deck. So I'd probably give it a 2, and chat has given this one a 3. All right. So we're done with PP Palladino now. If we look at the ratings at the top right, I don't think Paladin got the worst set. Like, I've probably given an average rating of, like, I've given out 3 3s and a 4. Chat's given out 2 4s, a smattering of 3s. It's not a terrible set for Paladin. And they have an opportunity to build on the hand buff stuff in the future. So I think that's going to be interesting to see where that goes. Anyway, we'll move on to the next class now, which is Hunter. So let me move my spreadsheet down. Okay. And poll is open for Hunter. So I haven't really seen any of the Hunter cards yet. This is the first one. 10-gallon hat. 2 mana. Draw a minion. Give it +1/+1 and death rattle. Get a 10-gallon hat. Hold on, let me just try and wrap my head around this, because there's a lot happening here. This is infinite, right? And you can run 2 of these as well. So let's say that I play this on turn 2 and I draw like a small minion. I drop it. The minion dies. I get this back. I draw another minion. So it's giving you infinite resources until the minion gets silenced, right? But you have to spend a lot of mana to do that. And I don't think Hunter really has problems these days with... Like, it's not really what Hunter wants to do, right? Like, Hunter wants to do tempo, and because there's so much card draw and card generation in the game at the moment, you don't normally have difficulty building a deck that runs out of stuff to do. So yeah, I think this is pretty fringe. Like, maybe at some point you would have a deck which would want this kind of infinite effect, but I think for now it's probably a 2. Yeah, okay, and Reno, I could see that as a one-off. I think I'd probably give it a 2-star, though. It's an interesting card. It's interesting they gave it to Hunter. Doesn't really seem like a very huntery effect, but... chat is undecided between 2 and 4, so I'm going to give that a 3 from chat. Literally says 2 top left. That's not how you rate cards. You don't give 2 drops a 2-star rating. Come on. Alright. Next one. Wait, this is a rogue card. Why is it rating rogue cards? Bovine Skeleton is the one we should be rating. 3 mana 3/3. Death Rattle. If this has 4 or more attack, summon a Bovine Skeleton. So what they want you to do is they want you to play your 10-gallon hat. Why is it showing rogue cards next? I'm so confused. They want you to play your 10-gallon hat on turn 2 and then drop a 4/4 Bovine Skeleton on 3. Right, that's what they want you to do. Which, fair enough, that's actually a pretty good target for the 10-gallon hat. And there are other ways to make this get resummoned. For example, you could buff it with a banana. You could buff it. There's a new card which adds +1 attack to all minions in your hand, deck, and battlefield. You could play that and then play this, and it's a 4/3 that resummons itself. There's a lot of ways to make this resummon itself. And if your opponent can't kill the 3/3 Bovine Skeleton behind it, you can buff it up again and it can keep going. I don't think this is a bad card at all, but there are going to be situations where you're upset about this card. Like, say, for example, that you have this on turn 3 and you haven't drawn any of the other cards. You plop it on 3 and your opponent just kills it. Well, then it's been a bit shit, hasn't it? So... Again, it's kind of a situational card, which I could see being very powerful, but I don't anticipate seeing play. So for that reason, I'd probably give it a 2-star. Chat is also giving it a 2-star, which I think is quite reasonable. It's not often I'm on the same page as chat. Right, next one. Set the poll up. Star Shooter. I think this is the card they delayed its they delayed this card being released, right? Or they delayed this card's announcement. 4 mana, 2/3. After your hero attacks, get an arcane shot. So you could think of it as like a 4 mana 4/3 weapon. But I have to spend the mana on the arcane shot. So it's not really 4 mana, is it? It's more like a 7 mana 4/3 weapon. But we can do things with the arcane shots. We can buff them up to give extra spell damage. We could use it to, kill 2 minions with 2 health. We could use it to, we could save them up and then pump them into 1 minion, or save them up and, I think there's some good shit we can do with this. Does it fit in the current build of Hunter into Spell Hunter? Currently, Spell Hunter is running the 6 mana 5/2 weapon, which gets better with traps. I don't think this is a bad card at all, actually. I think, if you are playing a kind of slower deck and your Hunter opponent equips this, I think you're going to be very upset, because what that probably means is the Hunter is going to be setting up to OTK you at some point. I think I'd probably give this a 3-star. Look at this. Chat has no idea. This is look at the spread of responses. It's pretty much an even spread between 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But yeah, I think it's a solid card. I'd give it a 3, and chat's also going to give it a 3. It is quite slow, though. I think if you're in a powerful meta and your opponent has sort of curved out well, this is going to be a bit more difficult to play, but we'll see. All right, next card. Camouflage Mount. 4 mana. Give a minion +3/+3 and a random bonus effect. When it dies, summon a chameleon. So what is a chameleon? Oh, so I guess these are going to be one of the bonus effects. So stealth, poisonous. Okay, we've seen this before. So how much... What is this card doing? First of all, it's giving a Blessing of Kings and a bonus effect. So I think that, disregarding the chameleon completely, I think this is probably around about the power level of Blessing of Kings, right? There are some mega high rolls as well. Like, if you cast this and you get Wind Fury, like, what the fuck? The game is just going to end. And then so this is interesting as well. Like, it doesn't say give it Death Rattle, summon a chameleon. It says when it dies, summon a chameleon. So I would interpret this to mean that even if you silence the mounted minion, the chameleon would still get summoned. Am I right? Or is this just worded poorly? It should, because the way it's worded, the silence shouldn't affect it. It's worded poorly. Because what it should say is give a minion +3/+3 and a random bonus effect, and Death Rattle when it dies, summon a chameleon. Chat doesn't know. No one knows. I guess we'll find out at some point. But I don't like that they keep putting Wind Fury in these pools. They did it with Ignis. They're doing it with this card. There are other things where I like the mechs as well, right? The mechs off of the Spark bots can have Wind Fury as well. I think it's really problematic because it creates a situation where you have these cards which most of the time are kind of not that good, but some of the time they're just broken when they roll Wind Fury. I feel like what I would prefer to see is maybe you make this slightly more powerful, so you make it a +3/+4 or something like that, but you remove Wind Fury from the pool. Like Wind Fury does not have a place in these Discover pools. It's way more powerful than the others. That being said, how would I rate this card? I think this is a reasonable card, but you have to be ahead on board to make it good. Now, if you are ahead on board and this comes down, I do think it's a lot of stats, and it has good synergy with some of the other cards. Like it has good synergy with the bovine cow, because you get a cow back again. Has good synergy with the 4-mana rush that summons a token equal to its attack. I think this card I would probably give a 3-star rating. It has a lot of synergy with other Hunter cards, and even if this card doesn't see play immediately, because people are more tuned into like Secret Hunter or Spell Hunter, I do think that come the set rotation, I think this will definitely see play, because it has a lot of synergy with Hunter cards that have been released over the last year. So for that reason, I would give this a 3-star. Chat has given it a 2-star. All the When It Dies had Death Rattle. Did they? Okay, so I guess it is going to have Death Rattle and be silenceable. Fine. Right, next card. Spurfang. It's a 5-mana 2/5 beast. Battle Cry and Death Rattle. Summon a random beast with cost equal to this minion's attack. So you can buff this up. You could play that 2-mana spell that buffs everything's attack in your hand, deck, and battlefield. You could maybe play this and get a 3-cost beast immediately, or play it and get a 2-cost beast immediately. If you buff it up while it's on the board, then you can again get a pretty big beast from it. Thinking about it just by itself, how much stats do we anticipate this being? Like, how many 2-cost beasts are there? There's probably quite a few 2-cost beasts. I would guess that the average stat line of a 2-cost beast would be a 2/2. So if you play this without any synergy at all, it's 5-mana 6/9 of stats. Nice. On average. And it has the potential for good synergy. Like, again, this is a good target for 10-gallon hat, right? Like, you play 10-gallon hat, you hit this, pretty happy. I actually think it's good. I think this is it's like a better Savannah High main. Yeah, it's probably a 2-star, isn't it? I don't see it being like meta warping. I think it's 2-star. Chat is like evenly split between 2 and 4. Well, we'll give it a 3 from chat then. Death Rattle effect doesn't really count for the full stats amount. In many ways, the Death Rattle is better, right? Because it's more awkward for your opponent to remove. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go up to a 3 on this card, right? Because it has really good synergy with all of the buff cards that we're seeing in Hunter, right? It not only is it directly benefiting from being buffed, it's also difficult to remove. So if your opponent doesn't remove it, you have a token left behind that you can buff up again. I think it's solid. I'm going to give it a 3 as well. We've done the priest. No, we've only done Hunter and Paladin so far. Next card, Sneaky Snakes. 1 mana, summon 2 1/1 snakes with stealth. That seems quite good, actually. Like, really good card to play on 1. Really good card to, stick your buffs on. I don't think it's completely broken, but I think it will see play. I'd give that a 3-star. Chat's quite excited about this one. Chat's giving it a 4-star. Art influences my vote. It is, it's nice artwork, right? You've got not 1 snake, but 2 snakes in the card art. And the card is also summoning 2 snakes. I like it. Alright, I'm giving it a 3 and chat's giving it a 4. I like it though. It's good card design. Hunters, I like the Hunter set. I think they've done a good job designing these cards. Silver Serpent. 3 mana 2/3 beast. Rush. Poisonous. Quick draw. Gain immune this turn. So it's 3 mana destroy an enemy minion. Sometimes you value trade it so it sticks. Sometimes you draw it on the turn you play it, and it's 3 mana destroy an enemy minion that also leaves a 2/3 poison token behind. This is one of those cards where I would say I think it's going to be a very good arena card, but I just don't see it seeing play in constructed, because this is not what you want to do in constructed. This is not what Hunter wants to do. Hunter wants to make big minions and go face. So for that reason, I would probably give this a 1, because I don't see it seeing play in constructed. I don't think I'll put this in my deck. Chat's giving it a 2. I think that's fair. Saddle up. Free mana. Give your minions Death Rattle. Summon a random beast that costs 3 or less. So what do we compare this to? We compare this to Soul of the Forest. Soul of the Forest is currently 3 mana. And it summons 2/2 Trents, right? I think a 2/2 Trent is probably comparable if summon a random beast that costs 3 or less. Maybe this is slightly better than Soul of the Forest, but it's going in Hunter, a class which has more inherent synergies with summoning lots of small shitters. It has good synergy with cards that are already seeing play, like Captured Jormungandr. Has good synergy with the Sneaky Snakes card we just saw. But this is like the top end of your deck. This is the greedy end, right? Like, if you are behind in a game, this is gonna be unplayable. If you're ahead in a game, this might end up just sealing the deal. So I think it's going to be a fringe card. It's between a 1 and a 2 for me. I think probably a 2. Chat, most people in chat are actually giving it a 1. Although there's a number of chatters who are giving it a 4. I think just to average out the votes, I will probably give it a 2 from chat. And I will take a 2 as well. Okay. Feldrin the Lost. 4 mana 3/4. Battle Cry. If your deck has no duplicates, gain immune this turn and attack all enemies. So, Highlander Hunter. Are there any other Highlander cards? Can anyone are there any neutral Highlander cards? Is Reno in the game, or is this the only card that you're going to be running in your Highlander Hunter deck? I mean this is a very good card, right? Because even just considering it by itself, this is attacking the enemy hero, by the way. So it's dealing 3 damage to the face and 3 damage to the whole board, and leaving a 3/4 token behind. But that's not even considering the fact that you can buff this up with 10-gallon hat. You can buff it up with the 2 mana spell that adds +1 attack to everything in your hand or deck. You can buff it up with all of the hand buff cards that Hunter has access to. So if you buff this to a 4 or 5, it becomes a lot better. Like, it's clearly a very strong card. And if it didn't have the battle cry, if your deck has no duplicates part, you would play it in probably every Hunter deck. But my question is, can we make this good in a Highlander deck? I mean, there are enough good cards in the game now that you probably could build Highlander Hunter. Would the payoff of having this card in your deck be worth not having 2 copies of your other good cards? Honestly, I think it's close. I think because the overall quality of cards are high, and there are lots of cards in the game at the moment, I think it's very close as to whether you would play this in Highlander Hunter or not. You can also put it in, I don't know if this is still a real deck, but Big Beast Hunter. You can run this in Big Beast Hunter, and not be punished because it's not a beast. Card that doubles the stat. Lorthamar. We're back now. We're back. We had a small F. Yeah, I think I would give this a 3-star. And chat has given it. Chat is undecided. I think chat's mostly on a 2. Alright, next one. Messenger Buzzard. 2 mana, 1/2 beast. Draw a beast. Give minions in your hand +1/+1. Ah, right. So that now this has got really good synergy with all of the other cards that we've seen, right? Like, you buff up the bovine skeleton, it sticks. You buff up the Highlander card. It's it's going to be doing 4 damage rather than 5. That's a good card, and it cycles itself as well. That's very good. I might give that one a 4-star. It's a death rattle rather than a battle cry, so the effect is not instant, but I think it's still good enough for me to give it a 4-star. Chat's also on board with a 4. I think that's a very strong card. It's the reason why this is so strong is because it's activating all those synergies, right? The 4-mana card can proc Death Rattle too. What 4-mana card? Anyway, I would, yeah, I'm gonna give this a 4, and chat's giving it a 4 as well. Okay, so looking at Hunter overall, I think Hunter got a very good set. That's a lot of 3s and 4s. And I really like the way that a lot of these Hunter cards look. Very thematically appropriate, good power level. Yeah, I'm quite excited about these Hunter cards. Anyway, next class. The next class is Rogue. Move my spreadsheet down. Alright. The first Rogue card, Bounty Wrangler. 3 mana, 3/4. Quick draw or combo. Get a coin. It's interesting that this is not quick draw and combo get a coin. I feel like if this was quick draw and combo get a coin, it would be very powerful, right? You would get 2 coins, but you can only get 1 coin with this card. So most of the time, you're playing it later on in the game as a combo effect, and it's basically a 2-mana 3/4, which can then activate some combos later on. And there's going to be a lot of things, we're going to see there's a lot of things that Rogue wants to do with coins. But I'm not sure if you want to run this card to get them. Probably give it a 2-star. I don't know. I mean, there's... It's only 1 coin, right? Yeah, I'd probably give it a 2-star. I don't really think it will see play, but maybe it does. It certainly won't be the card that makes the coin deck good. Chat's on for a 3. Stick up. 1 mana. Chat sucks. I'm out. What did you rate it, Casey? Unplayable, too expensive. Okay, well at least I'm on board with Casey. Like, yeah, I think it's too expensive. I agree. 1 mana stick up. Discover a quick draw card from another class. Now, quick draw. A bonus if this entered your hand this turn. Okay, so I don't actually need to draw this to activate the quick draw effect. So this has got synergy with the burgle mechanic. We're going to want to play the card that we discover on the same turn, obviously. And if we do play it on the same turn, there are going to be some powerful options there. I must say there aren't any quick draw cards that have really impressed me, but they are on average stronger than normal cards if you play them on the same turn. But I don't think this is really doing what Rogue wants to do at the moment. So I think this is a strong card, but it doesn't fit in existing Rogue builds. So for me, it's going to be a 2 or a 3. I think probably I would give this a 2. And chat is kind of between a 1 and a 3. So I guess we'll give this a 2 from chat as well. Oh, Heat Wave? What's Heat Wave? Haven't seen that one. Deal 2 damage to an enemy minion and its neighbors. Quick draw to all enemies instead. Yeah, I mean, that's good. But yeah, what I mean is these cards are like they're stronger than average with the quick draw effects, but they're not broken, right? Like if I like for example, if I play this rogue card and I discover a heat wave, what I've really done is put consecration in my deck because I've spent 1 mana on this and then I've spent 2 mana on the consecration. So it's just a consecration. So when you add up the initial mana cost of this card combined with the, I mean, you could say the lack of certainty, the increased flexibility, which can sometimes be an upside, sometimes a downside. I don't think it's a card that you really put in your deck. So I'm going to stand by my initial rating of 2. Right, shell game. Three mana. Get a random epic, rare, and common card from other classes. That is a 1. That is a huge one. This is just add 3 random cards to your hand. Like, it's almost as if the person who designed this card has never played Hearthstone. Like, why does the rarity of the card matter in the slightest? Very disappointing card. Worst card of the set so far. I didn't even need to look at the chat rating to know that was getting a 1. Alright, next one. Wishing Well. 5 mana, 0/7. After you play a coin, get a random legendary minion from another class and set its cost to 1. Sorry, chat. It was fucking Redbeard, man. He broke my stream. Piece of shit. Nah, thank you. We're doing a set review. We're only and chat, you can join in. You can join in with a set review. If you have an opinion about this card, you can type your rating in the chat. So if you think this card is the best card ever printed, you can type 5. And if you think it's Garbo, you can type 1. And you can type 2 and 3 and 4 in between if you want. So I think I think this is going to be a 1-star card. I am not sold on this. Random legendaries, some of them are good, some of them are going to decide games. Most of them suck and depend on synergies that are inherent to the class from which they came. If you play 2 or 3 coins and you get 2 or 3 busted legendaries, maybe you win the game. But honestly, I think you're better off putting a real card in your deck rather than wishing well. And I think you're better off using your coins for tempo. So it's a 1 from me. And chat has given the card a 5. I have never been more disappointed with chat in my entire life. Look at that. A 1-star from Meatman and a 5-star from chat. Unbelievable. Alright, let's move on. Dart Throw. 2 mana. Throw 2 damage darts at random enemy minions. If both hit the same minion, get a coin. What's it? Are you just rating 2 because it says 2 3 times on the card? So what they want you to do is they want you to play this when your opponent has a 3 or 4 health minion on the board, right? So your opponent has a 2 or 3 health minion, you play this, 3 or 4 health minion, you play this, you kill the minion, you get a coin. And then you use the coin on your Wishing Well to get a legendary. But we're not going to play Wishing Well because Wishing Well is a steaming pile of hot garbage. Just like this card. Like, this card is significantly worse than Bone Spike, which is what we're using for removal in Rogue. It's too situational. So this for me is a 1-star. Chat is on 2-star with this card, and I can see why. I do understand, chat. I understand. If I was in chat, I would also rate it 2. But I'm a streamer, so I'm rating it 1. Oh, why has it gone back to Hunter cards again? Triple sevens. Seven mana. Deal 7 damage to a minion. Draw 7 cards. You can't vote 7, alright? You can't vote 7 on the card. Now, let's just be clear. If we're playing this for 7 mana, it's not that good. Alright? What I want you to do, chat, is I want you to think back to last year when Rogue was casting expensive spells for 0 mana with Trickster, right? So you play your Trickster for 4 mana. I don't know, is the card called Trickster? It's the 4 mana 2/2 Naga that makes the next spell you cast cost 0 mana. You play that, and then you play this effectively for 4 mana. And if you prep Bone Spike your Naga, then you can play this on like turn 2 or something. My question is that good enough to see play? Because there is a similar card to this which is already in the game at the moment called Smokescreen, which is an 8 mana card that draws 5 cards, and any Death Rattle minions drawn have their Death Rattles triggered. Now, I think because you don't have to build your deck around this card as much as Smokescreen, it's probably better when comboed with the 4 mana Naga than Smokescreen is in a kind of normal rogue deck. But is it good enough that we want to do that? Like, we could run a rogue deck with lots of, cheap cards. We could blow all of our cheap cards, and then we can use the Trickster combo with this to get all the cards back. Like, I think it's something which potentially might happen, but I think the existing rogue shell with the Cox is going to be better than this plus Trickster. I think it's just more flexible. So for that reason, I'd probably give this card a 2, but I could see it being higher. Chat's on board with a 1. Yeah, I get it, chat. Rogue got a shit set. It really did get a bad set. But also, I'm kind of done with Rogue anyway. Like, Rogue has been good for such a long time. I'm happy with Rogue being the worst class. Alright. Bloodrock Company Shovel. Death Rattle. Excavate a treasure. So 1 mana, 1/3. I mean, Rogue already has Dagger. This is not much better than Dagger. So we're only playing this for the Excavate. Now, we've been through the Excavate cards already, and some of them are quite good. The main reason that you that you excavate is not for the common, the rare, or the epic cards. The main reason you excavate is because of the legendary cards. And as we shall see, the rogue legendary excavate treasure is bad. It was the worst one. It was the one which added 4 random spells to your hand, and if you've excavated 8 times, which is basically impossible, the spells cost 0. I think even if they remove that restriction, and it just gave you 4 0-mana cards, I think it would still be worse than some of the other legendary excavate rewards. So I'm not really excited about excavating in Rogue, and I'm certainly not excited about daggering up on 1. So for me, I think this is a 1-star card. Chat has given it a 4-star. What the fuck, chat? Why are you giving this a 4-star? It's literally a dagger that you can do on turn 1, and it gives you a treasure after you've swung 3 times. You give it damage and face. Oh. I guess it has 3 charges. Maybe it would fit in Weapon Rogue? Okay, I'll give it a 2-star. Just because maybe it fits in Weapon Rogue. That's so depressing. But like, what if I've buffed my weapon up? What if I haven't drawn this in the early game, and then I buff up my dagger, and then I draw this later? Nah, dude, this is unplayable. It's a 1. I don't care. And there's some 2s and 4s in chat, so I'm gonna average it out and go for a 3 from chat. Antique Flinger. Battle cry: if you've excavated twice, destroy an enemy minion. So I have to excavate twice, which I'm not really that happy to do in Rogue. And then I get a pretty good tempo swing. Like, this is a solid card. But man, I do not want to excavate twice in Rogue. Like, Rogue has only got, apart from like the neutral excavates, it's only got this and the Drilly the Kid, which we're gonna see in a moment. So like, this card, I am gonna go so far as to say that this card, unless you have already drawn and played Drilly the Kid, this card is a 4-mana 5/4. Unless you have already drawn and played a specific legendary. That's pretty much where we're at. That is terrible. Like, it's a fine card if you've drawn the legendary, but before that, it's so bad. It's a 1-star. And chat's giving it a 2. Not hard if you run the weapon. The weapon excavates once. And you have to swing 3 times or equip another weapon before you excavate with it. This is not a good excavate card. Alright, the last rogue card. Drilly the Kid. 4 mana, 4/3 mech. Battle Cry, Quick Draw, and Death Rattle. Excavate a treasure. So, this is the card which the whole rogue set is going to hinge on, right? Because let's just look at the... We need to look at the rogue's legendary excavate reward, right? Which is up on the screen now. The Azurite Scorpion. Battle Cry, gain 4 random spells. If you've excavated 8 times, they cost 0. And it's a 4-mana 5/5 elemental beast. So we've already established, right, that this Azurite Scorpion, if you play it without having excavated 8 times, it is basically a Sunwell, okay? Like, if you're happy about playing a 4-mana Sunwell, that is what playing the Azurite Scorpion is going to feel like, except you get a 5/5 body as well. It's not terrible, but if you get spells which are unplayable, your hand is going to get clogged up, and you are not going to be able to play another Azurite Scorpion, right? Now, that's what this is going to feel like almost all of the time, unless you have a good time with Drilly the Kid. So what is going to need to happen for this deck to be good is you're going to need to play Drilly the Kid, and then you're going to need to Shadow Step it and play it again. And maybe you're going to need to you're going to need to have like top decked it in order to get the quick draw effect. And so like for 6 mana, you can top deck this, play it, Shadow Step it, play it again. Then you've excavated 4 times. Okay, I've spent all my mana on turn 6, and I've still got to excavate 4 more times to get my Azurite Scorpion's spells to cost 0. Do you see how this is problematic? I think the Azurite Scorpion is the problem, not Drilly the Kid. And I think what they should have done for the Azurite Scorpion is they should have just made it Battle Cry, get 4 random spells, they cost 0. I don't think they should have added the if you've excavated 8 times, they cost 0. Now, am I glad they added that? Yes, because I wouldn't want to play against this card if it was giving the 0 mana spell straight away. But I think that's what it would need to be playable. But yeah, I think Drilly the Kid is the card that the archetype's going to hinge on, and I don't believe in the archetype. So thinking about it as a standalone card, I mean, it's not a bad standalone card, right? Because you're always getting 2 treasures. The treasures are good. Sometimes you're getting a 3rd one. You can step this. So I think this as a card just by itself is probably a 3-star card. So I don't believe in the synergy, but the card by itself I would give a 3-star rating. So we're gonna give it a 3-star. Oh, did I not? I didn't start the poll. All that talking and I didn't start the poll? Okay. Wait, it is active. Is it broken? No one's voted. Let's try again. Yeah, it's working now. Okay, I'll get myself a drink while you guys vote. Chat's on 4. Wow. Alright, so Rogue as a whole, chat was actually quite positive about Rogue. Look at that. 2 3s, a 4, and a 5 from chat. I think Rogue got a terrible set. I think this set will be really not very impactful for Rogue. It's definitely the worst class that we've seen so far, I believe. Anyway, we shall move on to the next class, which is Mage. Oops. There we go. Mage. Now, one of the Mage cards has not been revealed yet. Or it's not showing up on the website. Can anyone confirm, like, whether all of the Mage cards have been revealed or if there's one which hasn't? Anyway, Azurite Vein, 3 mana secret. When the enemy plays a card on the turn that it entered their hand, get a copy that costs 0. It's very difficult to evaluate how good this secret is. You can see, so what they're going for with this is that you get a quick draw card, right? But am I right in saying that if it's a quick draw card, it won't be quick draw for the mage because it would have entered the hand on the enemy's turn. So even if you don't get a quick draw card from it, there are like sometimes this is going to be completely broken, right? Like, let's say that you have this secret in play, your opponent has 7 or 8 mana, and they top deck a really strong card. Like they top deck the Prison of Yogg-Saron, or they top deck a Titan, and they rip the Titan off the top, and you get a 0 mana like broken card. Like that's going to be quite strong then, but it's too random. You wouldn't put this card in your deck. It's something that you would be okay with discovering, if your other discover options were garbage. So yeah, it's a 1. It's a 1. That's also giving it a 1. But yeah, I guess it's an interesting addition to the secret pool. Okay, Heat Wave. We've talked a little bit about this card already. 2 mana, fire spell. Deal 2 damage to an enemy minion and its neighbors. Quick draw to all enemies instead. So, if you play this card with quick draw, it's very good, right? But the quick draw on this card has anti-synergy with some other mage cards that are already seeing play. Like it has anti-synergy with Volume Up, because Volume Up you want to play at the end of your turn. It's probably going to draw this, and then the quick draw effect is not active. The card is... I think what we need to ask ourselves is this card going to see play in the current build of Mage? Do you ever replace Flame Geyser with this? Because Flame Geyser you can point face with Sif to end the game. I would say that this is probably better than Flame Geyser earlier in the game, before you've drawn Sif. But I'm just not sold on this quick draw effect. I think what this Heat Wave is going to be is it's going to be a really nice card to pick up off of Discover effects, right? Like you discover it and you play it and you're happy. But I don't think it's a card that you put in your deck. I might be wrong, and the card is somewhat powerful, a 2 mana Consecration with a quick draw effect. So I'm going to probably lean towards a 2, and chat is on 3. But yeah, I don't think you put it in the current build of Mage. What does this even kill? Exactly. Alright, Stargazing. 2 mana. Arcane spell. Draw a different arcane spell. If you play it this turn, it casts twice. Oh my goodness. Hold up. Right. Somebody tell me what's the most broken arcane spell we can cast with this? Let's take a look. Standard cards. Arcane. Oh, it's not filtering to show arcane spells. Can I filter it to show arcane spells? Spell school, arcane there. Right. So, are there any of these that we would really, really want to hit? I mean, you could do double arcane defenders, but that's too expensive to do that for 10 mana. Wisdom of Norganon. I mean, that's pretty good if you hit that one. In fact, that's the only one that, apart from volume up, that's the only one existing mage is running. So, hold up. Hear me out on this one, chat. You run Stargazing in the existing build of mage, and your only other arcane spell is Wisdom of Norganon. Let's say that you play Stargazing, so it draws your Wisdom of Norganon, and then you play your Wisdom of Norganon for 2 mana, 1 mana, maybe even 0 mana, and you get 4 cards. So what this would basically do is for 2 mana, it would draw 3 cards. Now, is that better than volume up? That's what I'm getting at here. Like, if I'm running this, if I'm running a one-off volume up, would I rather run a one-off Stargazing instead? I think it's very close. There are situations where this is going to be worse. For example, if you have it early on in the game and you've got a keyboard, you'd probably rather have a volume up. And there are situations where this is going to be better. For example, later in the game, you know, where you just want to save yourself 2 mana. I think it's going to be close. And they may print a busted... Actually, hang on. Wait. All the arcane spells aren't here. Where's Star Power? Oh, it gets listed as a hunter card. Yeah, because there's Star Power as well. What I'm saying is that this could also be good in the future, right? Because if they print a busted arcane spell in the future, this can like tutor it out and solar eclipse it. I think this is a solid card. I think I'm actually going to rate this 3-star because I think it could very well see play in existing builds of mage, and I think it could be great in the future. Chat's on 2-star, but yeah, that's a cool design. I think it's a 3-star. All right, we took a bit of a tangent with that card. Let's go back to Showdown of the Badlands. Rewind and Romath. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to use that with Rewind. Sunset Volley, 10 mana. You can't vote 10 on this, by the way, chat. You can't vote 10. 10 mana, deal 10 damage, randomly split among all enemies. Summon a random 10 cost minion. So what 10 cost minions can we summon? Let's go back and look at standard pool again. So this can summon Reska the Pit. No, it can't summon that. Sorry. It can summon the Druid Titan, which is obviously disgusting. It can summon Banjosaur. 10 mana, 5/6 rush. We're probably not drawing a beast with that. it can summon DJ Mana Storm, 10 mana 8/8. It can summon Light Ray, 10 mana 5/5 Taunt. It can summon Living Horizon, 10 mana 4/6 Taunt Divine Shield. It can summon a 10 mana 8/8. So the pool of 10 cost minions is not very good. I think the only one that you're really excited about is the Druid Titan, right? Oh, can Titans not be summoned? Okay, well, in that case, the random 10 cost minion part is shit then, right? Yeah, I think Titans can't be summoned. Alright. So, what else can we do with this card? So if we play Millhouse Mana Storm, either for 0 mana after we've played the 6 mana 6/6 Death Rattle that makes our first card each turn cost 0, or we've played Millhouse for 10 mana before losing the game, we could play a couple of Sunset Bullies. But it's just not. I just don't think it's doing enough. Like, I thought that this was going to be okay with Millhouse, but now that I've looked at the pool of 10 cost minions and seen how completely shite they are, I just don't think it's very good. Not enough big mage support. Yeah, so what this card will be is maybe a future card, right? So it needs, number one, more big mage support. And number two, it needs it needs better 10 cost minions. So I'm going to give it a 2. It's going to be a 1 for now, but maybe later it will be a 2. And chat's giving it a 1. This is worse than Pyro if you're trying to do Millhouse things. You are probably right, yes. Belindering Core, possibly. That's a thing, right? It's a future card, not for now. Alright. Tayfalam Bloodwatcher. Yo, what's up, Rookie? 4 mana, 2/5. Cards that didn't start in your deck cost 4 less, but not less than 1. So there's some cards that this has insane synergy with. Like, there's a 3 mana 3/4 that transforms spells in your hand into spells that cost 2 more, but the costs stay the same as the original spells, right? So maybe you could build a deck around that. For example, you run a bunch of 5 cost spells, like 5 or 6 cost spells. You transform them with your um with your spider tank, your 3 mana 3/4, and then you play this and you play all of the now 7 or 8 cost spells for 1 mana. And then maybe you could play Romath after that and get all of the spells back again. Like, that does sound like it's kind of a nice meme, you know. Maybe I'll try that in the theory crafting. Like, how many can you abuse that in some way? Like let's have a look at the 7 mana spells, card type spell in the game right now. Whoops. Uh 7 mana. spell. So, the 7 mana spells in the game at the moment: Frostworm's Fury, Drum Circle, Faithful Companions, which is garbage, Elemental Inspiration, Firelands Portal, Divine Toll, Immortalizing Stone, Prismatic Beam, 777s, Giant Tumbleweed, gain 6 mana, 6 damage to all minions, summon a giant 6/6 Tumbleweed, pack the house. So, and then let's look then at the mage spells that cost 5. Spell costs 5 for specifically mage. Wait, it doesn't have any. Okay, well, that archetype obviously isn't going to work then. Does it work with the 6s? Oh, I guess you have star power as well. So you have Blizzard and Deathborn. So if we run star power, Blizzard, and Deathborn in our shit mage deck, what 8 cost spells can we get? Okay, the 8 cost spells are much worse. Cultivation, Miracle Growth, Nightshade Bud. Yeah, this isn't going to work. Okay, well, ignore that. My idea was shit. We can't generate enough of the good 1 mana 7 cost spells, and we can't. We don't want these for 2 mana. So yeah, that won't work. Fine. Go back to Showdown of the Badlands. So what this is probably going to be used for is you just run it in a deck that discovers a lot of spells. Like, for example, the existing mage deck, you discover a lot of cards with Infinitize. You discover cards with Discovery of Magic. You discover cards with the Void Scripture. If one of those cards that you discover costs more than 5, or like 5 or more, this card pays for itself, right? If you discover 2 cards that cost 5 or more, then you can do a really crazy swing turn with this card, which is kind of interesting, right? The thing is, I don't know if you run it with a view to, if you run it and then you specifically look for expensive spells, is that worse than just not running it and looking for the best spell from those discovers? It probably is. But I do think it's an interesting effect. Maybe a future card. It's certainly a powerful effect. I think I'd probably rate it 3-star. Like, I could actually see this card seeing play in existing builds of Mage. Chat's giving it a 1-star. Really? I don't know, like that. It's very, very powerful, but it is slow, right? It probably wants to see play more in like a Romath style deck, but whatever. Okay, next one. Reliquary Researcher. 4 mana, 3/5. Battle Cry. If you've excavated twice, cast 2 random mage secrets. Oh, wow. Now, before we rate this card, I just want to run over the Mage Excavate Legendary. So, Yo, Big T coming in with a huge raid. Alright, boys, behave yourself. It's Big T's coming in with a raid. We're doing a full set review, and we're doing it with chat included. So if you want to get involved and rate some of the new Badlands cards, you can type a number in the chat. Not 69. It has to be a number between 1 and 5. Alright, so the cards we're looking at, if you think they're the best card in the game, you give it a 5. If you think it's unplayable, you give it a 1. You can give it a 2, a 3, or a 4, but no other numbers. Now, we were looking at the mage cards. So, the card I just want to draw your attention to first is the Mage Excavate Treasure, the Azurite Hawk, which you can see at the bottom of the screen there. 4 mana 5/5, Battle Cry, get a random Titan, it costs 1. Very strong card. We have to excavate 4 times. Damn, this is a bad time for a Pappy Pappy music video. We've just got a bunch of raiders and they don't want to see this. Alright. Fuck's sake. Right. Anyway, the card we were reviewing was this one. Reliquary Researcher. So, I think that given the Azurite Hawk, the Mage Excavate legendary reward is quite good. I think Excavate is a mechanic we might potentially want to play in Mage. And if we play Excavate in Mage, we are certainly going to want to run this card. A 4 mana 3/5 that casts 2 Mage Secrets is pretty strong. So I'd probably give this a 3-star rating. Chat's actually given it a 4-star rating. I can see it. 3 from Meatman and a 4 from chat. Now you could get some really bad secrets. You could get like Ice Barrier. You could get the new secret, Azurite Vein. Yuck. But you could also get Objection and Counterspell. Anyway, next card. Just reset the poll. Okay, the poll is reset, so you can now vote on this card, chat. It's a 4 mana 3/2 Battle Cry. Summon a copy of this for each turn in a row you've played an elemental. Now, if you're running a full elemental deck, you could make quite a lot of Overflow Surges. I wonder if there's also a way of buffing up Overflow Surger in your hand. Because, man, if you can buff this up, that would be kind of broken in an elemental deck, right? Right now, I don't think the world is ready for this card. But let's say in future they print an elemental that says, give all elementals in your hand +1/+1, or give all elementals in your hand +2/+2. All of a sudden, this card is going to be the nuts, right? So maybe it's a future card, but like for now, it's a 1. But I would probably give it a 2-star just because in the future it might become good. Chat's giving it a 1. Fair enough. Chat isn't very forward thinking. Chat likes to think in the moment. I understand. I'm like that myself as well, but right, next card. Cryopreservation. 2 mana, freeze an enemy, excavate a treasure, and it's a frost spell. So, if we want to be playing Excavate Mage, we are most certainly going to have to be running this. It's not bad. We've already seen that the legendary Mage Excavate reward, the Azurite Hawk, is very good. We've already seen Mage has another good payoff card, the 4 mana 3/5 that casts 2 random secrets if we've excavated twice. And I think this is also not a bad card. Freezing an enemy can be very powerful. In the right situations, this is almost like a Frost Nova if your opponent just has one big minion. And excavating a treasure is also powerful. You know, the treasures by themselves are pretty strong cards. So I think if you're running an Excavate deck, this is going to see play. I think that for me makes it a 3-star card. This is not broken, but it's pretty solid. Chat's also given it a 3-star. I think this is a classic 3-star card. Can freeze warrior face? It can. You can freeze the enemy's face if you want. That can be relevant. You can play it on an empty board. All right. And the last mage card. Blast Mage Miner. 6 mana 4/4. Battle Cry. Excavate a treasure. For each card in your hand, deal 1 damage to a random enemy. Okay. So let's think about the card itself. First of all, it's a... Oh, no, wait. I was thinking that this was like the creation card that dealt damage to everything on the board, or like dealt damage to everything on the board. This isn't. This is like arcane missiles, right? So if you have 5 cards in your hand, it's dealing 5 damage split amongst random enemies. Okay, fine. So this is not really that strong, right? You're spending 6 mana to do... I would guess on average, you're probably casting like 5 or 6 missiles. It could be more, it could be less. Which sometimes is good, but most of the time it's a bit slow. The upside is that you're excavating, and Mage does want to be excavating because we have a good legendary reward and we have a lot of other good cards that synergize with this. But this is expensive, right? It's 6 mana. Like, am I going to be able to play this even in a deck that really wants to excavate? Am I really going to want to play this for 6 mana? I'm not sure. Like, I would probably give this a 2-star just because it's so expensive. And it kind of sucks that it's expensive because it makes the excavate package look a lot worse in Mage now. Chat is between a 2, a 3, and a 4. 5 mana 3/3 would be better. I agree, that would be better. 6 mana is just so much, right? Feels like Reno Relicologist. No, it's not. So Reno Relicologist only hit minions, which was better because it was a more predictable effect, and it did 10 missiles. This is doing between 0 and 9 missiles. Well, I guess because you get a card from excavating, it does between 1 and 10. But yeah, it's not on the same level as Reno Relicologist. It can go face, so if your opponent has an empty board, which never happens after turn 6, like, you could just do a buttload of damage face. But yeah, I think for me, it's still going to be a 2. And we'll give it a 3 from chat. Now, Mage, there is a card missing from Mage. And it's a legendary card, alright? It hasn't been... There's only 9 cards on the website for Mage and only 1 legendary. So, at some point, there is another Mage card, another Mage legendary that's going to be revealed, but we don't know what it is yet. So, overall, Mage as a class, I think, didn't get a great set. The highest I've rated any of these cards is a 3, and the only reason that I've rated them a 3 is because I believe in the excavate mechanic. If the excavate mechanic ends up sucking in Mage, then I think Mage didn't really get that many playable cards this set. Which is fine, because Mage is already very strong. Rogue also missing 1, is it really? Oh, the Rogue is also missing a legendary. You're correct. So I guess it's not going to be a full set reveal, but it's like a 99% set reveal. We've only got 3 cards missing. Right, what class should we do next? What's on our spreadsheet? It's Druid next. Let's see if Druid got a good set. First one. Ria Straza. 8 mana, 8/8. Dragon. Battle cry. If your deck has no duplicates, summon the Purified Dragon Nest. Which says, at the start of your turn, discover a dragon. It costs 4 less. Wow. So the first thing I have to do is I have to have no duplicates in my deck, which doesn't necessarily mean I need to play a Highlander deck, because this is very expensive and I'm playing Druid, which can draw a lot of cards. So I could just put this card in a normal deck, and by the time I get to 8 mana, there's a good chance that I don't have any duplicates left. That's the first thing I want to say about this card. The second thing I want to say about this card is that it costs 8 mana and it has no immediate impact. Now, there is only one card I can think of that has been printed in the last year that costs 8 mana and has no immediate impact and is still played, and that is Odin. So, for me, this card has to be... We have to think about Odin when we consider whether it's going to be played or not. Now, I think this effect is significantly worse than Odin's effect. And Odin, I think, if it weren't played in Warrior, a class which can gain an absolute shit ton of armor, which enables it to basically pass a turn, because Warrior has so much armor and board clear that it can normally pass a turn on turn 8 and not die. I mean, Druid does not have that same luxury. You are going to struggle to play this card. You're going to struggle even to get to 8 mana without dying, let alone skipping a turn on turn 8, and then not being dead. So for me, this card is a 1-star card. And not a single person in chat has given this a 1-star rating. The average rating is 4. It does make sense. We've got a lot of viewers from Tice's chat. I've said this before. Tice viewers tend to be lower IQ than average Hearthstone players. I'm sorry, it's just a fact. But yeah, it's a 1 from me. And 4 from chat. All right. Next one. Desert Nest Matron. 4 mana 3/5 dragon with taunt. So it's a dragon Senjin Shieldmaster, but it has additional text. If you're holding a dragon, refresh 4 mana crystals. Wow. So it's a 0 mana 3/5 with taunt, and all I need to be doing is holding a dragon. That's quite good, right? Druids had 0 mana 3/5 taunts in the past, and they've had similar requirements to this one, and they've seen play. So I'm sure they've given Druid at least some good dragons, right? So this is probably enabling the dragon archetype. I don't think it's completely busted, because we still have to wait until turn 4 to play it, and we still have to actually be holding a dragon. But I do think it's going to help the dragon archetype a lot. I would probably give it a 3-star. Chat is giving it a 4-star. Chat, we've had a very similar card to this before, a Nubisaf Defender. Let me see if I can bring that up. Hang on. A Nubisaf Defender. That was the name of the card, right? Or was it not? No, it wasn't. There was a there was a literally a 0 mana 3/5 with taunt, right? That cost 0 if you cast a spell that cost more than 5 this turn or something. And that was a 3-star. That was a 3-star card. I think this is a 3-star card. All right, let's not get too excited, chat. All right. Let's rehydrate. So this is a nature spell. Restore 7 health. Quick draw. Refresh 2 mana crystals. Chat's less excited about this one. So, yeah, Druid has a lot of ways of gaining health. It has Chitinous Plating is the most obvious one people would think about. So Chitinous Plating is a 2-star card that has seen some play, but it hasn't been sort of a staple in decks or meta defining. Chitinous Plating is 2 mana, gain 8 armor over 2 turns. Now, gaining 8 armor is better than gaining 8 health. This card is restoring only 7 health. If we play it on the same turn we draw it, then we get the mana crystals back. So it could be 0 mana, gain 7 health. But Druid doesn't really have much of a problem with mana anyway. So I don't really see why you would ever play this card over Chitinous Plating. Obviously, Chitinous Plating does rotate, but Druid has many other ways to gain armor, better than health. In fact, gaining armor makes gaining health worse. So I think this is a 1-star card. I'm struggling to see situations where you'd put this in your deck. And chat actually agrees with me on this one. It's a 1-star card. All right. Next one. Dragon Tales. Two mana. Choose one. Get 2 random dragons that cost 5 or less. Or get 2 that cost more than 5. What? Let's just take a little look at the dragon pool. Minion type, dragon, standard. So they're random, so it can be from any class. I want to look at the ones that are less than 5 first. Because that, I think, is going to be a smaller pool. So we can generate... Actually, there's a lot. There's a lot of dragons that cost less than 5. Mistake, Amalgam, Fairy Dragon, Amber Whelp, Razor Scale, Starlight Whelp, Time Lost Prutu Drake, Twilight Drake, Azure Drake, Drum Soloist, Dragon Operative, Incriminating Sidekick, Amber Watcher, Hi-Ho Silverwing, Bronze Explorer, Time Warden, Astral Serpent, Daring Drake, Goldwing. I mean, some of these are good, right? If you're holding a dragon, gain an empty mana crystal, shit the bed. We haven't looked at that one yet. So obviously this card is activating some of our dragon synergies, which, you know, the dragon synergies are good. Just get back to the card so we can look at it in more detail again. And we've just seen one that's Wild Growth with a body, right? This one. So obviously we want to have dragons in our hand, but do we have enough dragons in the deck to justify cutting this bad card? Because there are a lot of bad dragons that we can get, and we have to spend 2 mana on this. I would say probably we do have enough dragons in this build to not run this card. We have this one. We have Desert Nest Matron. What's this one as well? 4 mana 5 for bad card. If you hold a dragon, deal 5 damage to a random enemy minion. That one's not so good. And then you've got this one as well. Rush, Lifesteal, Taunt, cost 1 less for each dragon you've summoned. So that one is probably going to see play. I think probably we don't run this card, but if you really need to make sure that you have dragons on curve, maybe it sees play. And there are some decent ones that you can get, but most of the rolls are going to be bad. So it's probably a 2 from me. And chat's on a 1. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's probably somewhere between a 2 and a 1. Good in Arena. Yeah, it's good in Arena. But we don't play Arena, we play Constructed. Alright, next card. Take to the Skies. Free mana. Draw 2 dragons. Give them +1/+1. Yes. That's the card we want. I'm going to go back to the previous card, Dragon Tales, and I'm going to now give that a 1 star. And I hope everyone else who gave it a 2 also goes back and gives it a 1 star, because it's instantly being negated by this card, right? This card is giving us dragons that we actually want. It's giving us dragons that we have put in our deck. So we now don't need to take the shitty random dragons. We can play this card. So this is a 3-star card, right? Drawing 2 cards for 3 mana is solid. It's also buffing them. It's also tutoring out our synergies. It's a pretty good 3-star card. Chat is also on the 3-star train. What these cards look like? I don't think any of the classes are missing cards. Oh, classes with Excavate get 1 legendary and the other from the Excavate mechanic. That's fair. That makes sense, actually. So classes with the Excavate mechanic get 1 less legendary. That does make sense now. Right. Cactus. Oh, I need to put the rating up for this one. Sorry. Cactus Construct. 1 mana. Discover a 2-cost minion. Summon a 1/2 copy of it. It's a nature spell. The pool of 2-cost minions is large. It does some tempo and some discover. So if you play this card on turn 1, it gives you a bit of tempo and it gives you a turn 2 play. Let's compare it with similar cards. So the card I'm thinking of would be there's Witchwood Apple, right? That is a 1 mana card that adds 2 1 mana 2/2 Trents to the hand. We don't get something on board immediately, but the 1 mana 2/2 Trents are comparable to an average 2-cost minion. That also has Trent synergy. I could see this card seeing play in like maybe a Topi or Druid deck, but it's going to be competing with like Witchwood Apple for the slot. I mean, it's certainly not going to see play in any currently popular Druid decks. It's probably something that you're okay picking up off a Discover. But if aggro Druid ever becomes good, which it has done in the past, I think this could see some play. So I'd probably give it a 2-star. It's a reasonable card. Chat's also on 2-star. A lot of Battlecry minions. Yeah, so Battlecry minions are obviously bad with this. You want to be looking at Death Rattles that you get a copy of. It's a fine 1-drop. I think most of the time you can discover it, and sometimes it's a fine discover. Right, the next one. Okay. This is the big boy. Spitelash Whelp. 2 mana. 2/1 dragon. If you're holding a dragon, gain an empty mana crystal. Like, this is the reason you play Dragon Druid, right? There was a card that was similar to this. I don't know if you remember it, but they tried to make Dragon Druid work a few years ago, and there was a card which, instead of summoning a 2/1 dragon, it drew a card and it gained you a mana crystal for 2 mana if you were holding a dragon. Now, this card is probably not as good as that card. Drawing a card is better than summoning a 2/1 dragon. However, there is more dragon synergy in the game now with this set than there was at the time when Breath of the Wild was a card. Is it Breath of the Wild or Breath of Dreams or something? Now, Breath of Dreams, when the effect went off, it was busted. It was like 5-star when the effect went off, but because there wasn't enough dragon synergy, the effect didn't go off enough for it to be 5-star. The effect of this is going to go off more, so I would say, I think it's probably a 4-star card. Chat is giving it 5. It's strong. It's very strong. You're going to be very happy to have it, but I don't think it's 5-star. I think I would be conservative and give it a 4-star. But yes, it's very good. This is probably the reason why you play Dragon Druid. Because you get some ramp, and Druid loves ramping. Okay, next one. Spinetail Drake. 4 mana 5/4 dragon. Battle cry. If you're holding a dragon, deal 5 damage to an enemy minion. This is not to a random enemy minion. You can target this. So you can deal 5 damage to a minion of your choice. More dragons is going to make it more likely that our dragon synergies are active. So that's a reason to run this card. But the card by itself is, I think it's just fine. Like, if you play it on curve, it gives you a nice tempo swing. Like, for me, I'm hovering between a 2 and a 3 on this card, because I think it's the weakest of the Dragon Druid cards, that's for sure. I don't think anybody would doubt it's the weakest of the Dragon Druid cards, but because it's a dragon and it has additional synergy with the others, I think I would lean towards giving it a 3. Chat's also leaning towards a 2 and a 3, so I think let's give it a 3 from Meatman and a 3 from chat, just because of the Druid synergies. We need a win condition. Yeah, we're getting to that. That's in a couple of cards' time. You know what I like, though? I like that they've really gone all in with the dragon synergy, right? Like, when they give a class synergies and they go kind of half-assed with it, it means that the class basically has shit cards for a year and a half or 2 years. Like, we saw that with the Paladin cards. The Irvins, right? They gave Paladin Irvin cards, but only gave them like 2 of them. So now nobody plays the Irvin cards. I like that they've really gone all in with these dragon synergies. Like, the whole of the Druid set is focused on these dragons. So because there's enough support for them, they're gonna feel playable for a year and a half now. Anyway, Dragon Golem. 7 mana, taunt, battle cry, summon a copy of this for each dragon in your hand. It's like Spreading Plague, right? Now, this is a different kind of dragon to the other ones. Because the other dragons can work well as a package in a normal deck. Whereas this card wants you to be running as many dragons as possible. Like, maybe it even wants you to be running like a full dragon deck. In fact, I could even see with the dragon cards, I could even see why this legendary back at the start, Rheastraza, might actually be playable in a deck like this. It's a different style of deck, right? Now, I think this card is less good than the other dragons, because the way that I imagine playing this deck was just running a few dragons in a kind of in a more greedy druid deck and using them as some early tempo, some early board control while we ramp up to our late game win conditions. But you know, if you go full dragon, maybe this becomes like worth running, because if I mean, how many dragons do we need to summon for this to be good, right? Like, these tokens are worse than the elemental inspiration tokens in Mage. And I would say with the elemental inspiration tokens, if you summon 3, it feels like a good card. If you summon more than 3, it feels busted. So imagine all of those elemental inspiration tokens are taunt. They have less stats. I guess, though, you can buff this up with the spell, right? You can buff this up with Take to the Skies. So it's definitely a card that wants to be buffed by Take to the Skies. Then it's getting on for Elemental Inspiration. Now, if you can summon 4 of these tokens, I think it's busted. If you can summon 3 and they're buffed, I think it's playable. So you really do need to be running a full dragon package with at least 3 dragons in the hand for this to be a good play. So I think I would give this... you know what? Because I believe in the dragon archetype, I'm going to give it a 3-star rating. But I can see why chat's given it a 2. I think it is somewhere between a 2 and a 3. But I'm going to give it a 3. Chat's going to give it a 2. Alright. Last card. Fae, the Setting Sun. Nine mana, 4/12 dragon with Rush, Lifesteal, and Taunt. Costs 1 less for each dragon you've summoned this game. This is another one. It actually has synergy with the Dragon Golem, which, because it says summon, not played. So if you play this Dragon Golem and you summon like 3 or 4 dragons, this is getting discounted by 3 or 4. So these synergize very well with each other. Now this one is better, because this has immediate impact. How cheap does this have to be for it to be really good? Like, if I'm spending 4 mana on this, a 4 mana 4/12 with Rush, Lifesteal, and Taunt, that's pretty fucking good. And obviously it can go down more. It can go down to 3 or 2 or 1 or 0. And if it's costing 0, it's completely disgusting. Yeah, I think this is good. I think I would give this a 4-star rating. Chat's on the 4 train as well. By the way, I'm gonna go back as well, and have another look at Rheastraza. 8 mana, 8/8 battle cry. If your deck has no duplicates, summon the Purified Dragon Nest. And the Purified Dragon Nest was at the start of your turn, discover a dragon, it costs 4 less. I don't think this is a 1 anymore. Let's put it that way. I gave it a 1 initially. Chat gave it a 5. In fact, let's open up the poll again. Right, let's let people have another vote on it. Because I definitely don't think it's a 5, and I definitely don't think it's a 1. I think it's somewhere in between. Most of these dragon cards we've already seen most definitely want to be run as 2-ofs in a deck. They do not want to be singletons, right? Because they synergize with each other. So I think that Highlander Druid that runs this is going to be shit. It's going to be really bad. My question is, can we draw enough cards with Druid to make it so that by the time we get to turn 8 and this is playable, the effect is active? That's what I want to know. And I think the answer to that question is sometimes. We can also put Topior in this deck, by the way, right? We can put Topior and run a bunch of nature spells. I just realized that. What does the nest do? At the start of your turn, discover a dragon. It costs 4 less. So it's like an infinite value engine. I mean, we can run this and Topior, but do we ever need both? I still think this card probably doesn't see play. I think that the rest of the dragon package in a deck with Topior and a bunch of nature spells is going to be really, really good. That's the way that I think Dragon Druid will play. You run all the other dragon cards, but not this. You run Topior and a bunch of nature spells. So chat is now on. It's on an average rating of 3 for this card, and I'm going to give it a 2. I think. This could fit in an ETC. That's a very good point. It could fit in an ETC. Yeah. But that's the Druid set done. Now, I think Druid got a really good set. I am excited to play these Druid cards in the Theory Crafting event, which hasn't been announced yet, so I can't say when it is or whether it will happen. But if there was a Theory Crafting event that would be happening, I'd be excited to play this Druid. Alright, let's move on to... Oh, we did Hunter already. What's next? I haven't leaked anything, chat. I'm just saying there's a 99.9% chance that a Theory Crafting event will be happening, right? Because they've done one every expansion for the last 15 expansions. Like, it's not leaking anything to say that there's probably going to be one happening. Warlock. Okay. Giveaway next. I'm going to do the giveaway after we've done all of the class cards. So we've got a little bit of time before we do the giveaway. But we're going to be giving away 60 standard packs later on in the stream. Waste Remover. 4 mana 7/7 demon. At the end of your turn, destroy the bottom 3 cards of your deck. It's not bad, right? Oh, it doesn't have Taunt, though. I thought it had Taunt for some reason. Like, a lot of the time, I think this effect, at the end of your turn, destroy the bottom 3 cards of your deck, is not relevant, right? Games rarely go to fatigue. So most of the time, this is just a 4 mana 7/7. It doesn't excite me, though, you know? Good with location. It is very good with location. I am probably going to give this card a 3-star rating. I think if your opponent plays a location on 3 and they play this on 4, you're gonna be upset about that. You're gonna be very much aware that your opponent is playing Hearthstone. And when you're aware that your opponent is playing Hearthstone, that's not a good feeling. There are going to be situations where this is clunky and awkward to play, though. So I think I give it a 3-star. Chat's also on 3 stars. It's very difficult to evaluate how good this card is, really, in the current meta. But I think the effect, in the kind of deck where you want to play this card, I think the effect is almost irrelevant. It is just a 4-mana 7/7. So this is a spooky card. Disposal Assistant. Two mana 3/2. Battle Cry and Death Rattle put a barrel of sludge on the bottom of your deck. When this is played, discarded, or destroyed, deal 3 damage to the lowest health enemy. Oh my goodness. Okay, what they want you to do is play the Disposal Assistant, and then they want you to play the Waste Remover. And then it's a 4-mana 7/7, but doesn't really have the downside of destroying a card in your deck, but it does deal 3 damage to the lowest health enemy. That's really, really, really strong. You can also dredge the barrel of sludge up. But why would you want to do that? It's not cast when drawn, is it? Yeah, it can destroy multiple barrels. I'm just trying to work out if this is worth playing because it only synergizes with this, right? Because, like, by itself, this card is appallingly bad. Like, if I hadn't just looked at the Waste Remover, I would have given this a 1-star rating, right? Because, like, this is never something that you want to top deck. It's never something you want to have in your hand. But it is really good synergy with this. So I think for that reason, I'd probably give it a 2-star rating. Just because I've seen this other card here. See the whole package? Oh, is there more? Hold on, let's just have a quick peep. Sludge on wheels. Whenever this takes damage, get a barrel of sludge and add 1 to the bottom of your deck. Battle Cry, get 2 barrels of sludge. Look at the bottom 3 cards of your deck, draw 1 and destroy the others. Okay, I see where they're going with this. Play, discarded or destroyed, draw 2 cards. Alright. I'm gonna give this a 2-star. I think this is the worst out of the cards that we've seen. Chat's giving it a 4. You gave this piece of sludge a 4-star rating? What the hell, chat? It's a Bloodfen Raptor which activates some synergies for some okay cards. It's not a 4-star card. It's barely a 2-star. Disappointed. Right. Pollar's up for the next card. Sludge on Wheels. 3 mana 1/5. Rush. Whenever this takes damage, Get a barrel of sludge and add one to the bottom of your deck. So... Look at the art, dude. Sludge on wheels. Bro, this is a dirty boy. Is this as good as the 2-drop? The stat line is terrible. A 3-mana 1/5 with Rush. I don't like that the barrel of sludges are going in our hand rather than onto the bottom of our deck. I mean, there's one going to the bottom, one going in the hand, but these barrels of sludge are going to clog things up. I just can't imagine ever putting this in a deck. I think this is... Even with the sludge synergy, I think this is a 1-star card. Chat also thinks it's 1-star. Wait until you read Popgar. Let's just read Popgar quickly. Your fell spells cost 1 less. Oh, and have lifesteal. Right, okay. So what they want us to be doing is they want us to be waiting until we get Popgar, and then these barrel of sludges become 1-mana Drain Souls. I mean, Drain Soul is probably a 2 or 3-star card anyway. 1-mana Drain Soul would be good, but do I really want to wait until I get Popgar? Maybe I do. Okay, I'll give it a 2-star. I'll give it a 2-star rating. Horrible archetype. Yeah, it's a really disgusting archetype, isn't it? Popgar. Alright, next one. Furnace Fuel. 4-mana fire spell. When this is played, discarded, or destroyed, draw 2 cards. I'd like to discard that and draw 2 cards. There was a card like this called Hand of Gul'dan, right? Which it got discarded and it drew 3 cards and it was like meta defining. But that was because there were cards at the time which discarded like the highest cost card in your hand, and it was always the Skull of Gul'dan because you built your deck with with no cards that cost more than 6. This is 4, so like there are cards in the game that discard your highest cost card. There's like Wing Welding, but this is not often going to be the highest cost card in the hand, is it? Is there any other way that we can like tutor it out to get it discarded? I guess like if it's the bottom card of your deck, maybe it gets destroyed by the waste remover. And then you draw 2 cards with this. Or you play your 1-mana spell and maybe this gets destroyed. So like I think this is the kind of card which you never really... You don't want it in your hand. You want it at the bottom of your deck, right? Trolley problem. Discard your lowest cost spell. Summon 2 tram cards with Rush. Ah. But like most of the time, like if you're running this deck, most of the time your lowest cost spell is going to be the sludge, right? Unless you just don't run the sludge cards, I don't know. Oh, Tome of Tampering. This does have synergy with Tome of Tampering, right? Which has been in standard. I forgot that card was still in standard. Like, you always forget about Tome of Tampering until it gets cast off of Yogg-Saron and you lose the game. Yeah, can we put this in a Tome Tampering deck and then just have a bunch of greedy shit with this? Nah, it's no. I don't think it's ever good. I'm finding it hard to evaluate how good this card is, though. Like, when I don't really understand how good a card is going to be, I tend to give it a 2. Chat's also on a 2. Chat has no idea. Tome Tampering. Let's just have a quick look at what Tome Tampering says. Shuffle 1-cost copies of cards in your hand into your deck, then discard your hand. Probably just not good enough, right? I think I'm gonna. I think this is a little bit situational, and I'm gonna give it. I mean, it is powerful. I think just the fact that you can activate it from being destroyed, I'm giving it a 3-star because I do think at some point in this card's history, it's gonna be good. Like, just for all it's gonna take is one card or deck that can consistently discard or destroy this card, and it's auto include because it that was so good when it was with Hand of Gul'dan, right? Anyway, next card, Popgar the Putrid. These Warlock cards are difficult to evaluate though. 4 mana 2/6. Battle Cry, get 2 barrels of sludge. Your fell spells cost 1 less and have lifesteal. So if I play this on turn 6, I can have a 2/6 on the board, and I can spend 2 additional mana to basically deal 3 damage to 2 minions and gain 6 life. Which is not terrible. It's not terrible. If I have any barrels of sludge that are already in my hand, and I wait longer to play my Popgar, then I can play additional barrels of sludge. If I play my Popgar on 4 and it gets removed, I've got 2 shitty barrels of sludge that cost 2 and don't have lifesteal. Turn 7 plus reverb. That doesn't work like how you're thinking it does. So if you turn 7 plus reverb, then the sludge barrels cost 0, yes. But how many barrels of sludge do I really want in my hand? Oh, Popgar Finley, so that you get all of the sludge barrels from the bottom of the deck. You know what I believe in? I believe in this card, but I don't believe in Popgar. I don't believe in it. So I think for me, this is between a 1 and a 2. I think just because the card by itself is not terrible, right? Like if you consider it a 6-drop, which is a 2/6, deal 6, gain 6, like that's okay. But I don't really believe in it, so I think I'm going to give it a 3. No, sorry, a 2. I meant 2. Chat's giving it a 3. I'm giving it a 2. Yeah, I don't believe in Popgar. Like, fracking. One mana. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom 3 cards of your deck. Draw one and discard the others. So this is good if it's tracking, right? It's tracking. It's tracking that has additional synergy with cards like Sludge on Wheels, cards like Furnace Fuel, and with Disposal Assistant. Because then this becomes tracking with deal 3 damage to a random enemy. Or deal 3 damage and draw two additional cards, which is obviously busted. Maybe they print other synergy that works with this. I really like the name of this card as well. Like, not only is it a play on words with tracking, it's also thematically consistent with the set theme. So 10 out of 10 for the card name, fracking. I do think this card is good though. Also has synergy in Murloc. Yeah, because it's kind of a dredge effect, right? Yo, Tiny Fred, thanks for the prime. I must say, I don't know why this card doesn't say dredge. Dredge, destroy the other cards. Like, that would be a better way to sort of phrase the card, right? Because that's what it's doing. It's dredging. I think this is good though. I think tracking by itself is probably a 2 or a 3-star card, and I think this is better than tracking because of the additional synergy. Like, it's very rare that you get a game that goes to fatigue. The fact that the cards are destroyed is probably not relevant unless it's an upside. So I think this is a solid 3-star card. It might even be a 4-star card. Like, if it makes cards like Furnace Fuel and Sludge on Wheels better. In fact, yeah, it probably is. I think I'm going to give this a 4-star. Chat's giving it a 4-star. I'm giving it a 4-star. It's just really pretty good. Yeah, I know it draws as well. Like, that's what I'm saying. The card is the same as tracking, but it has potentially additional synergies. Alright, next one. Moarg Drill Fist. So this is a 4-mana 4/5 with Taunt. Death Rattle, excavate a treasure. Now we need to have a good look at the Warlock treasure because this is the card that I am the most excited about in the set, I think. The Azurite Snake. 4-mana 5/5, Battle Cry. Your hero steals 10 health from the enemy hero. This is probably the best treasure, alright? I think Warlock is going to want to be playing 3 of these to win the game. It's very, very, very good. So, just based on the fact that we can, this is excavating in Warlock, that probably bumps it up to at least a 3 or a 4, right? Irrespective of how good the card is. Now, excavating is a powerful effect, right? If we're not getting an Azurite Snake and ramping up our excavate, we're also getting a reasonably powerful excavate card from this. And the body is not bad, and it's a mech, and it's a demon. So I think this is a very, very good card. I think this will be a staple of any Warlock deck that wants to play this broken Azurite Snake. So I think this is a 4-star card for me. I know that you might not think about it because it's like just a Yeti with Taunt, right? But I think just because of how good the Azurite Snake is, I give it a 4. Remember, we can't run the Azurite Snake in our deck. Alright, next one. Oh. Smokestack. 1 mana Fell Spell. Deal 1 damage to a minion. If it dies, excavate a treasure. It's worth noting this is a Fell Spell. It has some synergy with Popgar. So if you play Popgar and you have a Smokestack in your hand, the Smokestack will cost 0 mana. This is Mortal Coil, but instead of drawing a card, it excavates you a treasure. Now, Mortal Coil is probably a 2-star card right now. I think excavating, particularly in Warlock, is better than drawing a card. So, this is going to be a staple in any deck that wants to play the Azurite Snake, the Excavate reward. Is it better or worse than Moarg Drillfist? It's a little bit harder to play. Like, I mean, we can probably find a target for this at some point in the game, right? So it's going to be a 3 or 4-star card from me. It only costs 1 and it excavates a treasure. It's probably a 4-star card. If I gave the Drill Fist a 4-star, I'd probably have to give this 4-star as well. Use it with the 2 mana 1/1 excavate neutral. Oh, what's that? Let's have a look at that card. Where is it? A 1/1 excavate. Oh, here we go. Kobold Miner. Yeah, so you'd probably run Kobold Miner in the deck as well, right? So you could easily activate it by playing Kobold Miner and then and then killing this off if you were in a real pinch. Yeah. Yeah, you can get the legendary treasures multiple times. So we don't even need to run like Zolas and Brewmasters to put this reward back. We can just run as many excavates as we want. Yeah, I give that a 4-star. Alright. Tram Conductor Jerry. 7... Oh, hang on. I need to start the poll up. Whoops. Seven mana 4/4. Battle Cry. If you've excavated twice, summon 6 free tram cars with Rush. Hey, it's the first 5-star card of the set. It's the first 5-star card of the set, boys and girls. Everyone is well on board with this being a 5-star. This is completely broken. You don't... I think what this card probably should have said is summon a free tram car with Rush for each time you've excavated, right? It's very, very easy to excavate twice. And summoning... This is just so good. It is just... It's clearing any board. If there's no board, it's making a full board. Wow. It is a 5-star card. Yeah, not much more to say than that. And the last one, Trolley Problem. 3 mana, discard your lowest cost spell, summon 2 free tram cards with Rush. Quick draw, don't discard. So let's think about this card by itself. A 3 mana 3/3. Sorry, so it's free cost with 6/6 of rushing stats, right? that's actually quite good. If we quick draw it and we don't discard, it doesn't even have a downside, right? And it does have some additional synergy. The card that it has particularly strong synergy with is Furnace Fuel, right? So if we can find a way to isolate the Furnace Fuel in our hand, then the trolley problem is disgustingly strong, right? It's summoning 2 3/3 tram cars with Rush, and it's also drawing us 2 cards for 3 mana, right? That's really, really powerful. Now, the question is that so powerful that we actually build our deck around it? Do we build a deck where the only cheap spells are Trolley Problem and Smokestack, and then we just run 2 of a 4 mana spell and hope we don't draw both Trolley Problems before we draw one of the 4 mana spells? Not sure. But I think this card by itself is very, very good. Just picture this situation, alright? You're playing an aggro deck against a greedy warlock that wants to kill you with its excavated treasure. And you're, let's say you're playing like Enraged Warrior or something like that. And you play your Anima Extractor on turn 2. Maybe you play another minion on turn 3 or whatever. Your opponent plays this and clears your entire board. You don't give a shit about the fact they've discarded a card, right? They are ahead on board. If you play this card on turn 3, you will be ahead on board. There is nothing in the game for 3 mana that competes with this on board, right? I'm sold on the card already, even without the potential upside of drawing 2 cards, but probably a downside of discarding 1. I think the downside is not that relevant. So, I think this is a very, very good card, and I think it's 4-star. It might even be 5-star. But overall, wow. Look at the set that Warlock got. We have got multiple cards being rated 4-star. We have even got one card which has been rated a 5-star for Warlock. Really good set for Warlock, and I am delighted. Warlock is right up there as one of my top 3 favorite Hearthstone classes of all time. I think it's so sad how shit Warlock has been for such a long time, and I think it's also it's even sadder that the class has revolved around that piece of shit 5-drop. You know the one I'm talking about, the one that discards Thaddeus and then summons it back. Man, fuck that card. Like, that card has stopped them from printing good Warlock cards for so long. And now they've finally printed good Warlock cards again. I'm happy. Good set for Warlock. Right, next is Shaman. Trolley Problem plus Toxic Waste. Yeah, I mean, you can discard the Toxic Waste and deal 3 damage. The Trolley Problem does have some synergy with Toxic Waste as well. Where's Shaman? Giant Tumbleweed. 7 mana. It's a 7 mana nature spell, sorry. 7 mana nature spell. Deals 6 damage to all minions. Summon a 6/6 Tumbleweed. Which doesn't have Rush, it's just a token. So the card we want to compare this to is Harmonic Pop. Okay, that's the priest spell, which costs 6 mana and deals 6 damage to all minions and summons a 3/3. So this is giving you the best of both worlds. It's costing 1 more than the priest spell, it's summoning the big token and it's dealing the big damage. I think the fact that the effect is consistent probably makes it slightly better than Harmonic Pop. Now, Harmonic Pop, I think, is probably between a 2 and a 3-star card. This is costing 1 more, but it's better. I'd probably give this a 3-star rating. Like, it's not a card that I'm excited to play, but I think it is a very good card. Something that's worth noting as well, this is making, I think, Nature Shaman gets worse with this card being in the game because when you play your Nature spell to try and discover, burn, and OTK your opponent, you never want to see this card in the pool, right? So this is this has the added plus side of making making burn OTK Shaman worse, because I hate that deck. But yeah, I'm going to give it a 3-star rating. Chat's also giving it 3-star. Alright, next one. Amphibious Elixir, another nature spell, 2 mana, restore 5 health, discover a spell. So we've seen this before. It's Renew, right? It's Renew. So Renew used to cost 1 mana. Restore 3 health, discover a spell. And they nerfed it so that it cost 2 mana, restore 3 health, discover a spell. And it was unplayable. Nobody played it when it cost 2 mana. It was very good at 1 mana. And Priest has additional synergy with healing, which made it better at 1 mana. So I would say without Shaman having the healing synergies, I think that this card is on par with 2 mana Renew, even though it restores 2 extra health. So with that in mind, I think this never sees play. I think it's probably a 1-star card. Like you're okay discovering it, but you never put it in your deck, right? Chat thinks a 2-star. Doesn't matter how much it costs, it's a nature spell. Yeah, it's fair enough, but I'd rather run nature spells that go face. Over poll up for this one. Alright, Trusty Companion. 2 mana. Give a minion +2/+3. If it has a minion type, draw one of that type. So, in certain decks, this is like 2 mana +2/+3, draw a card, right? Which is very good. In Elemental Shaman, which is an archetype which does come back every year or two, I think you'd be very happy to play this card. You know, Elemental Shaman, you play a 1-cost Elemental on turn 1, you cast this on turn 2, your opponent knows about it. Totem Shaman as well. Totem Shaman, yes. Chisel into this and you tutor out Totem. That's really, really good in Totem Shaman. Yeah, that's just a good card, isn't it? Better than Hand of Adal? Oh my goodness, it is, right? It is better than Hand of Adal. In the right deck. Yeah, we probably do have to give this a 4-star. It's a very good card. I was gonna give it a 3-star, but actually it's a 4-star. It's a very good card. Alright. Cactus Cutter. 4 mana 2/2 Battle Cry. Oh, it's a Murloc. 4 mana 2/2 Murloc. Battle Cry. Draw a spell. If you cast it this turn, gain +1/+2 and taunt. So let's assume that we're not casting the spell this turn. It's a 2/2 Murloc that draws a spell. There are lots of 2/2 cards that draw things that have seen play, right? There was Cage Match Custodian, was a 2 mana 2/2 elemental that drew a weapon. Like 2 mana 2/2 draw a card is pretty reasonable. So this is 2 mana 2/2 draw a card with a tribe with an uptype. With an upside, sorry. Like if you run a bunch of cheap spells in your deck, then this is a totem golem that also drew you a card and didn't overload you and has taunt. That's pretty good. I think I would give it a 3-star rating because most of the time you're going to be playing this on curve, right? You're going to be playing it on turn 2 and then you're not going to be getting the extra effect. If you play it later in the game and you get the effect active, then great. But yeah, I think for me that's a 3-star. It's a solid card. Chat also thinks 3-star. Which deck do you play this in? Doesn't matter. When you evaluate a card, you have to take your mind out of the current meta where there is only one type of shaman that sees play, and you have to think about that card in the context of in this expansion's case, in the context of a year and a half of Hearthstone, right? There could be a very, very good Murloc shaman in a year's time, right? They might keep, in the past, there have been good Murloc shamans. In fact, just a year ago, there were good Murloc shamans. This has synergy with Clownfish, right? Which is still in the game, but doesn't see play anymore. So you have to think of a card in the context of cards that exist in the current standard mode and in the context of cards that will be printed in the future when you give them a rating. Dr. Holiday. Five mana, 4/5, Battle Cry. If your deck has no duplicates, equip the Staff of 9 Frogs. The Staff of 9 Frogs is a 5 mana 2/9 weapon. After your hero attacks, summon a 1/1 frog with taunt. Each frog is bigger than the last. Let's just think about this weapon for a moment. Now, Shaman is a class that does have weapons. This is a good weapon. It, obviously, 9 durability is a lot of durability. I don't think you're going to get to see the 9/9 frog. But this card does ramp up. You're probably, because of the durability being 9, you're probably not really going to want to run this card in a deck with other weapons. Now, this card is, I would say the Staff of 9 Frogs by itself is probably around about a 5-cost card, right? Because it's going to be really good in certain matchups, like in control matchups, it looks pretty good. I mean, honestly, it's a little bit like an Ignis weapon, right? It has 1 less attack than an Ignis weapon. It takes more time to get going, but once it gets going, it's like you generated a 5-cost Ignis weapon that after your hero attacks summons a minion, and it doesn't have the first initial effect. So it's probably worse than an Ignis weapon, but the Ignis weapons are busted anyway. Now, in order to get this, we have to have a deck with no duplicates. That's a bit of a downside, but we do get a 4/5 body as an upside. my honest impression of this card is it's too slow. And I think for that reason, I give it a 1 star. Chat is very, very divided on this card. Look at that. We've got 1 is the most popular rating, but we have got a good smattering of votes across the whole range of ratings. I think if you're playing against a control deck that doesn't run weapon removal and you play this on curve, the control deck is going to be upset. But most of the time, this is simply going to be too slow. I think I'm going to stick with my rating of 1, and I'm going to take chat's rating of 2 to reflect the fact that there were some mixed ratings on this card. Walking Mountain, a play on word of Walking Fountain, which was a similar card. Nine mana, 4/16, Overload 2, Rush, Lifesteal, Mega Wind Fury. Now, Mega Wind Fury has never been printed on a collectible card before. It means the minion can attack 4 times each turn. Can I cheat this out? Is there any way that I can cheat this card out? I know that Shaman has the 10 mana spell that summons minions from my hand, which attack and then they die. But I don't want this to die. I want this to stay on the board. Yeah, I know Voltron, but Voltron wasn't collectible. It was an assembled card from other mechs. Oh, Horson. Yeah, the horse can cheat this out, right? Throw a minion. Yeah, we can throw a minion. I do want to say this card is unbelievably strong. Like, if you get to turn 9 and you play this card, many decks are not going to be able to answer this. But 9 mana is a lot of mana. So, I think if we couldn't cheat it out, I think the card would be 2-star. I think the fact that we can cheat it out, both now and potentially in the future using better methods, is making me want to give this card a 3-star rating. I think this is a 3-star card. It's very, very good. Even at 9 cost. It has immediate impact. It's healing you to full. It's clearing most boards. It's a good card. But it costs 9 mana. Oh my goodness, you can evolve into it as well. I mean, yes, you can if you're lucky. But yeah, it's a 3-star card. Gonna go get a drink. I'll leave this card up for you to vote. Minecart Cruiser. 3 mana, 4/5 elemental. Rush. Overload 2. Battle Cry. If you played an elemental last turn, don't overload. I mean, a 3 mana 4/5 with Rush is good, right? So the last time we saw 3 mana 4/5s with Rush was when they were being played for 0 mana in Rogue. Do you remember the Null? So playing 4/5s with Rush early, we know that's good, right? I mean, this is not the same as the Null in Rogue, that's for sure, because that was being played for 0. I think if you play it on 3, you're happy. If you don't overload, you're very happy. If you play it and you overload, yeah, it's a bit shit. Overloading for 2 is a big deal. I think it is very good in an elemental deck though. Like, if you don't overload, this is really good in an elemental deck. So I think in the context of it being a future card, I'm hovering between a 2 and a 3. I think it's probably a 2. Chat's on 4. Wow, 4-star for this card. I don't think it's a 4, chat. I'm giving it a 2. But I think it's close to a 3, and I think in an elemental deck it's good. Alright, Scar the Catastrophe. 7 mana, 7/7. 7/7/7 elemental. Battle Cry. Deal 1 damage to all enemies. Improved by each turn in a row you've played an elemental. You can't rate it 7. You have to rate it between 1 and 5. So, how much damage does this need to deal in order for it to be a good card? If it deals 2 damage, it's basically a Barangeddon. Obviously, it doesn't hit me or my side of the board. If it deals 3 damage, I think it's okay. If it deals 3 damage, I might put it in my deck if it deals 3 damage. If it deals like 4 or 5, it's kind of busted. I think the only deck that you run this in is a full hard elemental deck. But in a full hard elemental deck where you have played an elemental every single turn of a game, this is very good. And if there's a way of discovering this or bouncing this back to our hand or making a copy of it, you're probably going to win the game with that. But I don't believe in Elemental Shaman, not at the moment at least. So it's between a 2 and a 3 for me. I gave the last card a 2, and I think this is better than the last card, so I shall give this one a 3. Chat has given it anything but a 3. There's a... I'm probably going to give it a 2 from chat. You can't Zola? Why can you not Zola? I'm going to change my vote. No. I mean, okay, chat gave it a 2. I'll give it a 3. I don't know. I just don't really like Elemental Shaman, though. Comparable to Kalamos? Yeah, I think it is comparable to Kalamos. Maybe a bit worse than Kalamos. I don't know. Kalamos did cost 8, right? But it was more flexible. Living Prairie. 5 mana, 5/4. Elemental. Battle Cry. If you played an elemental last turn, summon 2 3/3 cows with Rush. You cannot give this card a 5 just because of the cow token artwork. Now that's a good card. This is a strong card. This is 11/10 of stats. And most of them have Rush. If we played an elemental last turn. I think that might be the best out of all 3 of the elementals. So I'll probably give this one a 3. What the fuck, chat? Chat, I said you can't give it a 5 just because of the artwork, and you've given it a 5. I give up. Bad chat. Alright, dehydrate. 3 mana. Lifesteal. Deal 4 damage to a minion. Quick draw costs 1. It's like worse eye beam, right? Like I would never put this in a deck because I could always run you know the card that overloads? When you overload it, it deals 6 with lifesteal and it costs 2. Like that's just better than this card, and that's barely playable. This is a 1-star card. Everyone in chat agrees. Well, not everyone, but most people. Alright. So that's Shaman done. Shaman Shaman got an interesting set. I think whether you like Shaman's set or not is going to depend very much on whether you believe in Elemental Shaman, which I think it's a classic Shaman archetype. You know, a lot of people prefer Elementals to Murlocs. And I think it's got a lot of support. They may build on that support in the future. And most of the elementals that were released with this set are good, strong elementals that would work well in an elemental shaman deck. So not as good as druid set, not as good as warlock set, but probably a good deal better than rogue set, at least. Right, what have we got next? We've got Death Knight. First Death Knight card. Pile of Bones. 2 mana, 2/1. Undead. Death Rattle. The next time you excavate, resummon this. It has a Frost and an Unholy Rune. So we can never run this card in a deck with Frostworm Fury. We can never run this card in a deck with the Marrow Lady. We can never run this deck in a deck with Lord Marrowjar. I hate when they do this, when they put one of each rune on the card. It really sucks. So, for that reason, I'm probably going to give this card a 1-star rating. But how good... Let's assume that it doesn't have the runes. How good is it? You know, how many times does this have to be resummoned in order for it to be good? Maybe if it gets resummoned once, it's probably still not playable. If it gets resummoned twice, maybe. It's generating corpses as well every time it gets resummoned. Okay. I'll give it a 2-star. I'll try and be optimistic. We haven't seen the Death Knight Excavate cards yet, so I shall give it a 2. Chat is also on 2 as well. Alright, Skeleton Crew. Battlecry Excavate a treasure. It costs 0. Now, it's worth noting that when you excavate, you know how much your treasure is going to cost. So if this is the first card, the first excavate card you play, you are going to get a 0 cost 1 mana treasure. If it's the second excavate card you play, you're going to get a 0 cost 2 mana treasure, etc. So you can tutor out the Azurite Rat with this for 0 mana if you have excavated 3 times before you play this. So let's imagine a world where we play our skeleton crew and it adds a 0 mana Azurite Rat to our hand. So we play our skeleton crew and then we play a 4 mana 5/5 which which resurrects our highest cost minion. Could be a Titan, could be a Colossus, and gives it reborn +2/+2 and lifesteal. That's obviously really, 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 really good, right? But we have to excavate 3 times before we get there. So I think in any deck where you're excavating, you are going to want to be running Skeleton Crew. And the discount is so good on Azurite Rat, it might even be worth running Excavate purely because of this card. So it's between a 3 and a 4 for me. I think it's probably a 4. Chat thinks it's a 4 as well. What is this? It would do the taunt over the legendary. What do you mean it would do the taunt over the legendary? That's a 4. But yeah, I mean, normally you play it on curve, and it's still fine on curve, right? Like, all of the treasures are stronger than an average card, and it's giving you 1 for 0. I think it's a very good card. Crop rotation. 3 mana. Summon 4 1/1 undeads with rush that die at the end of the turn. 1 unholy rune. Oh, by the way, on the last card I forgot, it's a frost rune card. So, but no unholy rune on that one. So you could run Skeleton Crew with Frostworm's Fury, which is the main reason why you want frost runes. Anyway, crop rotation. Summon 4 1/1 undead with rush that die at the end of a turn. I don't think it's very good. It's kind of similar to that. There was a Demon Hunter card that did a similar thing to this, right? So it summoned 3 of the 1/1 rushes, but they didn't die at the end of a turn. I guess this has the upside of generating corpses. So 1/1s with rush are better in Death Knight than they are in Demon Hunter. But I still think I can't really see a world where this card would see play. I'd probably give this a 1 star. Just not good enough. Chat also thinks 1. It's also an unholy rune as well. Did I review Paladin yet? Yes. By the way, if you missed any of the classes and you want to see a specific class, then you should follow me on YouTube, because I'm gonna upload the VOD for the whole review after we're finished, so you can go and have a look at a specific class. Right, Reska. 20 mana. Oh, I need to reset the review. Shit. Finish the poll. Sorry, I had to restart the poll for this one. Reska, the Pit Boss. 20 mana. 6/3 undead. With a frost and an unholy rune. Rush costs 1 less for each minion that died this game. Death Rattle, take control of a random enemy minion. So let's first of all consider the effect. Let's say that our opponent has a big minion on the board. Maybe they have another small minion. If we can get this to 0 mana, we can rush it into a small minion, kill the small minion, take control of a big minion. Very, 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 very strong for 0 mana. It's also costing 20. So if we have played this card, and we then play an Azurite Rat, which I'm going to remind you is the card which resurrects your highest cost minion and gives it +2/+2 reborn and lifesteal, the Azurite Rat is guaranteed to resummon this. Guaranteed. Which is a very, very, very good target. You know, you're gaining 8, you're killing one minion, and you're mind controlling another. So the next question you have to ask yourself is, how difficult is it to make this card cost 0? Cost 1 less for each minion that died this game. That's friendly minions and enemy minions. If you run it in a kind of unholy style Death Knight deck, which, you know, you could run this in Plague. You could run this in Plague Death Knight. I think it's going to be 0 earlier than you might think. If both players summon just one minion every turn, and those minions die, this card will cost 6 mana on turn 7, and it will cost 0 mana on turn 10. That's if both players are summoning just one minion every turn. I think it's very good. When you take all of those things together, I think this is a very scary card. And I think it's a 4-star. I'm going to give it a 4-star rating. Chat also appears to be on 4-star. You can use Growl to steal more minions. Yeah, I don't really want to put Growl in my deck. I want to put minions in my deck, so this costs 0 earlier. But it's a nice 4. Realistically, I don't think that we need to steal more than one minion with this. I think if this steals one minion, you're mega ahead in the game. Is this better than Sylvanas? Yes, I think this is better than Sylvanas. I think it's better than Sylvanas because it has synergy with the Azurite Rat as well. Chat's more a 3. Yeah, chat probably is more a 3. Okay, we'll give it a 3 from chat because there's a few 2s as well. Alright, next card. Fistful of Corpses. Deal damage to a minion equal to your corpses. Doesn't use the corpses. And then you take a look in the top right and you see that it has 1 blood and 1 unholy rune. And it also has the rating of the card in the top left. It's a 1-star. So if this card had no rune requirement, it would be kind of like Light It Burns, right? For Priest. Kind of. The rune requirement is killing it for me. You know, like, if I'm running a blood rune, I want to be running Vampiric Blood in my deck. So yeah, that's a 1-star. Oh wait, what? Chat, some people in chat are giving it a 4-star. What the hell? Maybe you were maybe chat was voting on the previous card by accident. But there's no way you'd rate this a 4-star. Sorry, chat. I'm not giving it a 4-star from you. The runes are killing a lot of these DK cards. I agree. And I don't think it's the runes specifically that are killing the DK cards. I think it's the existence of free rune cards. Now, since the Death Knight class was created, apart from the initial cards, they have not printed any further free rune cards. And I think that the fact they haven't printed any more free rune cards is good, right? They realized that they made a design mistake. There shouldn't have been any free rune cards in the first place. The most expensive rune requirement for a Death Knight card should be 2 of one and 1 of another type. There should be no Death Knight cards that require you to have 3 of the same rune, because it basically means that you end up with 3 classes with a diminished card pool, and that sucks. But they're learning and they're doing a better job. It's just the cards are going to be sucky to evaluate until the free rune cards rotate. Corpse Farm. 3 mana. Spend up to 8 corpses to summon a random minion of that cost. 1 unholy rune. 3 mana. Summon a random 8-drop is powerful. There are some good random 8-drops. Think about your Ignis weapon. When you have a 10 mana Ignis weapon and you smash it into your opponent's face, oh gosh, and it summons a random 8-drop. The 8-drops are good, right? We can generate Alakia. We can generate Ragnaros. We can generate the rushing 6/10 that puts the minion back in our hand. So if you have 8 corpses, this is very good. But we can also spend our 8 corpses on Lord Marrowgar. I mean, maybe you use this as a corpse spender, like in the right deck. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, does Plague DK have any way to spend corpses? And also, there's another card which has hardly seen any play, which I'm going to draw your attention to now. This card has hardly seen any play at all. Stitch Giant. Costs 1 less for each corpse you've spent this game. So, if I play the card we've just seen, and I summon an 8-drop, my Stitch Giant costs 1. That's not bad, right? You got to consider these things when you evaluate a card. How am I getting the corpses early? Well, we're not getting them early, right? I'm not going to play this on turn 3. This is a play that's going to come out later in the game. But what I'm saying is... this is potentially a very strong card in a deck that doesn't have a way to spend corpses. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that Plague DK has a way to spend corpses right now. I think this is good. Has Marrow. Plague DK doesn't run Marrow Jar, does it? Not Plague DK. Unholy DK has Marrow Jar, but not Plague DK. Plague is better with blood. Plague is not better with blood anymore, my friend, because you have now Reska, and you have... well, I mean, this can generate corpses for you. So maybe Pile of Bones becomes a bit better. But yeah, you have Reska now. I think I'm going to give this Corpse Farm a 3-star rating. When I first saw it, I thought it was shit. But I thought about it some more, and I think it's actually kind of good. It might be closer to a 4-star, but chat's giving it 1. Chat doesn't believe. Because, yeah, Unholy always had that problem, right? It generated a ton of corpses, and the only way it spent them was Lord Marrow. Maybe this is a replacement. Anyway, Farmhand. 3 mana 4/3, Battle Cry, Discover an Undead. Quick Draw, it costs 2 less. Two Unholy runes. The undead pool is very large. This is shit, right? The stat line is bad. If we get the quick draw, maybe it's good. But I'm never putting this in my deck. This is a 1. Chat's giving it a 2. Discover equals good. Discover is good in the arena. In the arena. Or if you're poor and you don't have legendary cards. I'm rich, I have legendary cards, and I'm playing constructed. Alright, next one. More and Poor. 4 mana, 1/8, undead. At the end of your turn, gain 5 corpses. At the start of your turn, spend 5 corpses to give your hero plus 5 health. 1 blood and 1 unholy. If it was just 1 blood, I would be giving this card a 3 or a 4-star rating, right? Because this card wants to be run in a blood deck. I just can't see myself ever playing a deck with 1 blood and 1 unholy rune. Especially when, like, all of the good cards now are requiring, like, Frost and Unholy. I mean, thinking about the card just by itself, it's annoying, right? It sits there, and if your opponent doesn't kill it, it gives you plus 5 health. But there are many decks that would be quite happy to just let this sit there for a long time. You know, it's not doing much tempo wise. It's just giving you life. So personally, I think taking that together with the fact that the rune requirement is harsh, I think I'm going to give this card 1 star. It does have a lot of health. It is hard to kill. But it just doesn't have much impact. I don't think. Like, the only matchups I'm going to be happy to play this in would be ones that are sort of focused on sustained burn damage, right? Like, if I play this against a spell demon hunter, or, I don't know, like an Odin warrior, I'm happy. But I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm giving it a 1 star. Oh, it can help with Stitch Giants as well. I guess it could help with Stitch Giants. Chat's more on a 2 star. Next one. Reap what you sow. Deal 3 damage. Excavate a treasure. We need to excavate treasures. Dealing 3 damage is bad for 3 mana, but excavating a treasure is good. We've seen the Azurite Rat is busted. The treasures that we're getting sort of before we get the Azurite Rat are pretty good. If we've played Pile of Bones earlier in the game, then this resummons the Pile of Bones. I am getting really excited about the excavate mechanic, specifically in Death Knight. I think there really could be something here. So I think just because of the other excavate mechanics, I'm tempted to give this card a 3-star rating, but just because it says excavate. Chat's also on 3 as well. I think it's just like, if you want to go down the excavate route, you just have to run it, right? There's no getting around it. Because there's not that many excavate. Not that many cards that say excavate. Alright, next one. Harrowing Ox. This is the last Death Knight card. 7 mana, 7/7. Taunt, Battle Cry. If you've excavated twice, your next card this turn costs 7 less. 1 Frost Room. Compare this to the Warlock one, which summons a full board of Rushers. It's nowhere close, right? A 7 mana 7/7. I mean, what card are we playing after this that costs 7 less? We could play this plus the Titan. Because, like, to get the full value out of the effect, we need to be playing a card that costs 7 or more, right? The second one? Yeah, the second one. The second one is a good shout. Yeah. Frostworm's Fury. Yes, that is also a good shout. Because you could, like, all of the Excavate cards come in with just one Frost Room, right? So you can play this in 2 different ways. But the first way is you can pump them all into a Frost only deck. And that allows you to play cards like Lord Marrojar. It allows you to play cards like Frostworm's Fury. And then you have some big cards that you can play after the Ox, right? And if you do that, then when you summon the Azurite Rat, you're probably going to be resurrecting this, right? So your Azurite Rat is going to be resurrecting a 9/9 with Lifesteal, Taunt, and Rush, which is very good. That's very good. It has Reborn as well. I mean, that is probably good enough, right? The idea that I had was that you could also run Reska, right? Now, if you run Reska, you have to dip into Unholy, so you probably would run that in a Frost Unholy deck. And then you would run that more with Plagues, right? So instead of the top end being Frostworm's Fury and Marrow Manipulator or whatever that 6 mana Pyroblast is, you run the Plague package, and the minion that you're resummoning repeatedly is this, which is probably stronger to resummon than the Ox. Actually, it gives it Reborn and Lifesteal, so it doesn't give it Rush. So the Ox would not have Rush. We're trying to evaluate the Ox specifically. So I think for the Ox, I would give it a 3-star rating. Because I think the Ox fits... It does kind of fit in these decks. But it's not like the defining card in them. Chat is a little bit confused as well. fairly evenly split between 2, 3, and 4, so I'll give it a 3 from chat. I think you really want to resummon Titan, but you can resummon Reska. Yeah, I mean, you might be right. Resummoning the Titan is kind of busted, right? I'm gonna... You know what? I'm really excited about these Death Knight cards. These are really, really exciting cards. And I am looking forward to building some Death Knight decks and playing them. So, although Death Knight didn't get mega high ratings, there's a smattering of 3s, a couple of 4s. I'm excited to play it. Be interesting to see what build is better out of the Triple Frost and the Frost Unholy. I think the Frost Unholy might be slightly better. Anyway, what class is next on our list? Priest. I'll just put the poll up for this one, and I'll read it out, and then I'll take a 1-minute break. Thirsty Drifter. 6 mana 4/6 taunt. Costs 1 less for each 1-cost card you've played this game. Have a think. Alright, so what do I think about this card? We can get this to cost 0, right? Like, it's not hard to play 1-cost cards. But it's not exciting me. I mean, if I play it for 0, it's pretty strong. I just don't know if I'd put it in my deck, you know? It's not really what Priest wants to be doing. It's probably a 1 or a 2-star card. Yeah, it's probably 1. Chat's more on 2. I could see it being 2 in a more tempo-focused Priest. I'll give it a 2 as well. Alright, Pit the Potent. 4 mana 3/5. Battlecry. Copy each 1-cost card in your hand. What am I copying? Light It Burns. There's some bottled spells I could copy. Cards, so it could be minions as well. Automaton. Yeah, we can copy Automaton, right? How many 1-cost cards do I need to copy in order for this to be good? If it's a Yeti that adds 2 cards to my hand? That's pretty good. I don't think it's like meta defining. It's probably just a 3-star card. Wow, look at the spread on this one. Very even spread between like from 1 all the way up to 5. Chat has no idea. I think it's a 3. Does make the Thirsty Grifter better though. Holy Springwater. 2 mana, holy spell, restore 8 health to a damaged character, save any excess in a 1-cost bottle. So I could play this when I am on full health, for example. Overheal for 8, and then have a 1-cost bottle but also heals for 8. Oh, to a damage character. Sorry, so that makes it a lot worse, doesn't it? You know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about this card. This one. Because imagine you play this and you play that overheal card on it and you summon an 8-drop, and then you play the bottle on it and you summon another 8-drop. But now this has to be damaged, which just makes it much worse. The other thing we can combo it with is this. But that's not quite so good, I don't think. It would be broken, but now it's just too difficult to pull off, I think. So what do I think about this card? I mean, it's basically 3 mana, restore 8 health. But maybe I could do some broken shit with the bottles. You know, like I could restore 1 health with this, have a 1-cost bottle that restores 7, and then I could copy my 1 mana heal 7 with Pip. And then I can. There's another card that makes healing effects do damage, right? Hold on. Where's the one that there's a priest card that makes healing effects deal damage, right? Where is it? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to scroll down such a long way. It's like a 2 or a 3 mana card, I think. It's a 1 mana card. Battle Cry, your healing effect, your next healing effect deals damage instead. That's shit. So what I was imagining was maybe I could get a bunch of like 1 mana heal 7 bottles, and then I can like copy them, and then I can play this and kill my opponent. But it's the next one. I mean, I could copy this plus a bottle, and then I could spend 4 mana to deal 14 damage, which is fine. It's fine. But it's like that's not gonna win me a Hearthstone game, is it? Like it's a shitty meme deck. Let's go back to the card we were actually looking at. I don't think this is a good card. I think it has some fringe applications, and it might end up being good in the future, but right now, I think it's a 2. Look at this. Chat doesn't have a fucking clue what to do with these priest cards. I'm a Hearthstone pro. I play the game like 6 hours a day. I don't have a clue what to do with these priest cards. Look at the ratings. They're all over the place. I think it's probably more 2s and 1s than 3s, 4s, and 5s. So we'll give it a 2 from chat as well. Invasive Shadeleaf. 4 mana shadow spell. Deal 8 damage to a minion. Save any excess in a 1-cost bottle. So this is 5 mana, deal 8. 1 star. That's a 1-star card. It's so bad. 5 mana, deal 8. To minions as well. Oh. At least me and chat on the same page here. Swarm of Light Bugs. 5 mana. Summon 10 1/1 light bugs with lifesteal. Save any excess in a 1-cost bottle. So it's 6 mana. 6 mana, 10/10 of stats with lifesteal. But they're distributed in a pretty awkward way, right? Like, they die to a lot of AoEs. I don't know, how annoying is this card? Like, imagine you're playing against a priest and they play this. Some classes don't have access to AoE, like most do, but some don't. And if you're playing like an aggro deck that doesn't have access to good AoE, and the priest drops this, it's kind of annoying, right? Because you've got to clear the bugs, or they're gonna out heal you, and then they're making another board of them. But it costs 5 mana. I guess you can make it cheaper with a 3 mana holy spell that makes your first spell each turn cost 2 less. I think this is better than the damage one, but it doesn't seem good. It's either a 1 or a 2. But like, I feel like the only matchups it's good against, or the only matchups it's good in, are the ones that you're already pretty good against anyway with Priest. I think it's a 1. Looking like a really shockingly bad set for Priest. Injured Hauler. 3 mana, 3/7. Battle Cry. Deal 4 damage to this minion. Overheal. Deal 2 damage to all enemy minions. So when I summon this, it's a 3 mana, 3/3. And I then have to overheal it. So I have to restore like 5 health to it. And then it deals 2 damage to all enemy minions. Why not just play Holy Nova? One star. Could be resurrected. Yeah, it could do. I don't know. This is not my kind of card, man. This isn't the priest I know and love. Posse Possession. 4 mana, shadow spell. Summon a 4/4 copy of a random minion in your opponent's hand. So that could be a 4 mana 4/4, or it could be a 4 mana Titan. I hate this card. I hate that this card exists. I hate it with every fiber of my being. It's a high roll card. I'm never putting this in my deck, right? I think it is still a 1. You can copy the minion in the Borber Priest and get it in your hand. Yeah, but I don't want to spend 4 mana to do that. Benevolent Banker. 3 mana 2/4. Battle Cry. Discover a spell from your deck. Quick draw from the enemy deck instead. So it's a little bit like Shadow Visions with a body. So I spend 1 more mana on this, and I get a 2/4 body compared to Shadow Visions. And if I'm discovering a spell from the enemy deck, yeah, I mean, sometimes they can have pretty good spells. What's Quick Draw? So Quick Draw is an effect that's only active if the card entered your hand this turn. For example, if you drew it or discovered it this turn. Oh, it takes it. Yeah, you're right. It does take it. Because you're discovering it from their deck, right? Like, so you're actually taking their card. It's not bad. But I just don't. I think it's very fringe. I can't really see it being included in a priest deck. I think it's like a 2-star card. Chat likes this one a bit more. Chat's giving it a 3. Oh, you can discover a snapshot, right? That really is an anti-fizzle card, man. If you play fizzle and your opponent plays this, you know about it. Okay, we'll upgrade it to a 3, sure. Tram Heist. 4 mana. Get a copy of each card your opponent played last turn. That's very expensive. There's a rogue card called Plagiarize which does this. It's a secret, and it costs 2 mana, and it sees 0 play. Now, this does have synergy with another card. Let me show you the synergy it has. This card, Mysterious Visitor. Battle Cry, reduce the cost of cards copied from your opponent by 2. So that works very well with that 4 mana spell. So you sit there and you wait for your opponent to do a crazy turn, and then you play your 4 and you 2. You play your 4 and your 2, and you do it better. Arguably, it's a little bit like Murazon with that. Still can't play the cards? It depends. If our opponent played a bunch of 2-mana cards, yes, we can play them all. Like, save it on turn 8, your opponent plays a bunch of cards. You play the 4-mana spell and then this, and then you play all the cards back. I don't know. I'm not sold. I'm not sold, chat. I don't think it's something that I want to be doing in my Hearthstone game. But the combo does exist. So I think I'll give it a 2-star just because the combo exists. But I think it realistically won't see play. And the last priest card, probably the most interesting one. Elise Badlands Savior, an 8-mana 5/5. Battle cry: if your deck has no duplicates, summon 4/4 copies of 4 random minions in your deck. Now this is very good. Let's just think for a second about the stats. 8 mana, 21/21 of stats. Let's now think about other implications. We can copy this minion with Synchronize. So if we played Love Everlasting and we drop this, we can synchronize it and do it again next turn. We could put minions in our deck which we want to summon copies of. I can't think what they might be, but maybe at some point there will be like Death Rattle minions or minions with end of turn effects or things like that we want to copy. The Titan. Yeah, the Titan. The Horseman. Sure, the Horseman. Yeah. Like, you could... Okay, so here's something you could do, which is kind of funny. You could play the Horseman on earlier in the game. And then, okay, what if you have a Reno deck that just runs the Horseman and this and Titan? At some point, you play the Horseman, you shuffle all the Horsemen into the deck, and then you play this, and then it pulls all the Horsemen. And then we need to kill them. How do we kill them? I was going to say Shadow Word Ruin, but they're 4/4s. It doesn't work with Ruin. Anyway, the point is, I've only been thinking about this card for 1 minute, and I'm not that smart. Somebody is going to come along and break the game with this card. It's very, very, very powerful. And it's probably the best Highlander card that we've seen so far. The other Highlander cards have been a bit lackluster. And Priest is a class which I think is quite well placed to adopt a Highlander style. So I think I would give this a 4-star. Chat's also on board with a 4-star as well. Clean the Scene don't have enough mana to do that in the same turn. Also, if you play the... So something else to consider. If you play the Horseman on 6, you coin this out on 7. Even if your opponent can't silence the Horseman. So even if your opponent silences the Horseman, as soon as you draw another Horseman naturally, you will be able to play it and kill it and you win, right? It mega, mega, mega accelerates the Horseman if you're running it in that specific deck. Like, you don't... you don't need to kill them on the same turn. Like, it would actually be quite good tempo to summon a 4/4 with Rush, a 4/4 with Lifesteal, and a 4/4 with Taunt. And then as soon as you draw, like, assuming that your opponent silences them or transforms one or something, as soon as you draw the next one, they die, because you've already had all the other 3 die, right? But yeah, I'd give this a 4-star. It's decent. So that's the Priest set. I think overall, Priest got a shockingly bad set. The only card I'm really excited about is the Highlander card, which I do think it looks pretty exciting. It's good. Everything else sucks, though. Right, we've got one more class to go over before the neutrals, and after we finish the last class, Warrior, I'm going to do a giveaway. Anyone like giveaways? So let's go through Warrior. There's still some cards missing from Warrior, by the way. But we've got 8 out of 10 of the Warrior cards. Reinforced Plating. 3 mana. Gain 6 armor. Excavate a treasure. I need to know what the Warrior... Oh, we don't know that yet, right? So it's going to be difficult to evaluate Warrior because we don't know what their treasure is. It hasn't been revealed yet. Does anyone know? I think it gets revealed tomorrow, the Warrior treasure. I guess I will give this a 3-star for now, because I'm assuming the treasure is going to be good. And I think this is quite a reasonable card. It has synergy with Odin. You know, Odin Warrior is running 3 mana, gain 8 armor. This is only 2 less, and it's excavating. I think this is going to be a very strong card. It might even be 4-star, depending on how good the treasure is. But yeah, it's good. Misfire. Oh, chat. Yeah, chat also gave it a 3-star. Two mana. Deal 3, 2, and 1 damage to random minions. Quick draw, choose the targets. Random minions, not random enemy minions. So this can hit friendly targets. There have been similar warrior cards in the past. There might even be one in the game at the moment. There was like a 2 mana card that dealt 5 damage randomly split among all characters or all enemies or something like that, which was actually a fine card. That did see some play. And the quick draw effect is quite nice. Like, you clear most boards in the early game if this has quick draw. I'd probably give this 2-star. Maybe it's even a 3-star. But Warrior has a lot of good removal targets anyway. I think I'll stick with 2-star. I think it might see play. Chat's on 3-star. Alright. Boom Boss Fogrum. 8 mana, 7/7. Battle Cry. Shuffle 3 TNT into your deck. When drawn, blow up a card in the enemy hand, deck, and battlefield. TNT is a 6-mana cast when drawn effect. I'm going to once again ask you a question, chat. I asked this question earlier on in the stream. I'm going to say, how many 8-mana cards are seeing play right now which have 0 immediate impact? How many 8-cost cards are seeing play that have zero immediate impact? There is one. Odin. Just Odin. So when you evaluate a very expensive card like this with no immediate impact, you have to compare it to cards like Odin. Yes, the effect is very powerful, but it's not as powerful as Odin. Now, it is in the class of warrior, which has the tools to be able to survive to turn 8 and potentially play a card like this with 0 immediate impact. But I think you'd rather play Odin, and you certainly don't want to play this and Odin. You're not going to get 2 turns to pass. So in my humble opinion, I think this card is a 1. I think it's a 1. I knew chat were going to give it a high rating as well. I knew they would, because chat sees this card and they think, wow, that's so much value. But you forget, alright, you forget that you have to make it all the way to turn 8, and then you have to skip an entire turn playing this card without dying. Like, I mean, if you skip an entire turn to play Odin, your opponent dies next turn. So yeah, this is a 1-star card. And chat has given it a 5-star rating. I mean, I'm right though, chat. If you think about it, you know I'm right. Blast Charge. 3 mana. Destroy a damaged enemy minion. Excavate a treasure. So it's Execute, which is a 1-cost card, and Excavate. Again, we don't know what the treasure is for Warrior. So yes, it does depend on the treasure. I would say, I think this is one of the weaker Excavate cards. But I have to give it a 3 on the basis that I don't know the treasure. Chat's giving it a 2, which I think is fair. It is one of the weaker Excavate cards. Alright. Unlucky Powder Man. 2 mana, 2/2, undead, taunt, death rattle. Give taunt minions in your hand and deck +1/+1. That's an awful lot of stats. Could this make Taunt Warrior great? I mean, maybe it's more of a wild card. I don't really believe in the archetype. But maybe it's a card for the future. Keliseth is pretty good. Yeah, Keliseth for taunt minions. Keliseth was good because it applied to all minions. Like, we have to run a very, very, very specific deck to make this card good. Taunt got a lot worse when they put Rush in the game. I am going to give this card a 2. I think right now this card is a 1. But maybe in the future, if they print enough good taunt cards, it becomes better. So I'm giving it a 2. Chat is divided. So I'm going to give it a 3 from chat. Alright, next one. Detonation Juggernaut. 5 mana 3/6 mech taunt battle cry. Give taunt minions in your hand +2/+2. I think this is decidedly worse than the previous card. Obviously, it fits in the same deck, Taunt Warrior. But this one is more expensive. It's not buffing stuff in our deck. It's a 1 from me, I think. Chat's also giving this one a 1. Not believers. And the last one. This one's a little bit more spicy. Blast Tortoise. 6 mana 2/7 beast. Taunt. Battle cry. Deal damage to all enemy minions equal to this minion's attack. Now that would be the payoff card. That is a strong card. So what they want you to do is they want you to play Powderman early on in the game. They want you to curve into your 4 mana your 5 mana 4/7 mech, and then they want you to play your 6 mana 5/10 Blast Tortoise, which also clears your opponent's board. I mean, this one is a good card. You can even tutor this out with there's another card that this works well with. This one, Last Stand. Draw a taunt minion, double its stats. Now I think rather than running that whole shitty taunt package, what I think I would like to do is maybe run Last Stand with the only taunt minion in my deck being the Tortoise. Because then, on turn 7, I can draw this and I can play it as a 4/14 and deal 4 damage to my opponent's board. That's probably a bit better. Can we get our Mega Dildo in core? It is in core. But yeah, this card is better. It's just a question of what I would rate this card. I think this card I would probably rate 3-star. It is still expensive. It does still require me to run other cards to make it good, because by itself it's not exceptional. But it is a strong card, so I think a 3-star is where I would land at. Chat has actually given it a 4-star. Last card of a warrior, and then we'll do the giveaway. Battle Pickaxe. 3 mana. Oh, I forgot to reset the voting. Sorry. Okay, voting is reset. For 3 mana, 4/1. After you play a taunt minion, gain 1 durability. Oh, wow. Does that change things? Yo, Synthetic, thanks for the sub. I mean, that's strong. So what they want you to do is they want you to play a deck with this and then a shit ton of taunt cards. And then every turn you play a taunt and you deal 4 damage. And you can probably tutor out this weapon as well. Right? Yeah, there's cards that can tutor it out. If there's any card that makes it work, it's this one. I think this is probably a 4-star card. What's chat giving it? Chat is between a 2, a 3, and a 4, so I'll give it a 3 from chat. Dread Corsair, dude. Jambray is having a bit of a wet dream over this card. Play it on 3 with Dread Corsair, and your opponent is in shambles. It's a good card, though. Very good card. So the whole warrior set, I think we can't really evaluate it properly because we don't know what the excavate cards are. But the taunt package actually looks surprisingly strong. I think I think if we find the right taunt cards to go with this package, it could be a real thing, you know. There are a lot of decent taunt minions in Warrior. I think there might be something there. The weapon is what's clinched it for me, and the Blast Tortoise as well is good. I might go back and give Unlucky Powder Man a 3-star, you know. Because I believe a bit more in the archetype now. But yeah. Giveaway time. Now, my giveaways are always super scuffed. And I'm sure this time will be no different. But let's see if we can get it rolling. Giveaway title, Badlands. Ticket cost 0. Maximum tickets per user 1. No subscriber luck. Give everyone first ticket for free. Yo, Exobe, thanks for the prime. Setting off a hype train during the giveaway. Right, the giveaway has started. And you have to say exclamation mark ticket 1 to buy a ticket, but that never works. It never works. So I would suggest clicking this link instead. Click this link that I'm spamming. Click the link to enter the giveaway. Click the link. Don't type ticket 1. Click the link to enter the giveaway. Gecko has helpfully turned it to subscriber only mode. That helps. Look, now we're getting some entries. Hold up. Let's put it on the screen so everyone can see it. There it is. The giveaway, by the way, you guys don't even know what I'm giving away. Yo, Young Bait, thanks for the prime. Exclamation mark ticket 1. You guys are entering the giveaway. You don't even know. Oh, Chapuzzo as well with a tier 1. Thank you, Chapuzzo. And Eaterlux with a prime. Man, I should do more giveaways. Given it will come back to you. You don't even know what's being given away. So let me explain. We're giving away 60 packs. All of those wonderful cards we just saw, you could own every single one of them. Because we're giving away 60. Badlands packs. So go enter the giveaway. Click on the link and enter the giveaway. I'll give it until 3 minutes for people to get their arse in gear and enter, and I'll grab a drink. Yo, more taper, thanks for the prime. Let's go. Alright, just 45 more seconds to enter the giveaway. There's already 200 very special sausages who are lined up to receive the prize. Will it be you? Not if you don't enter the giveaway. This would also be a good point in the stream to talk about VPNs. Some of you might notice that Surfshark logo down in the bottom. Anyone in the chat know what VPN stands for? Yo, DK Mania, thank you very much for the tier 1 as well. Anyone know what VPN stands for? Because I don't. But the people at Surfshark do. They know what VPN stands for. VPN stands for protection when you're browsing online. VPN stands for being able to watch Netflix shows from any country around the world. I'm sure there's other things VPN stand for. Anyway, the point is, you can get a discount on your Surfshark VPN by typing !VPN and using the special code MEATMAN. Do it today. Now we're going to draw a giveaway winner. We're going to draw a giveaway winner. Who's it going to be? Wait, how do I draw it? Alright. I'm going to close the giveaway. The giveaway is closed. No more entries. And we're going to draw a winner now. We're going to build up a bit of hype here, okay? Here it comes. Can I get some ticket ones in the chat, please? It's Erkan7489. Is Erkan7489 here? Speak up. Where is he? Type in the chat, Erkan. I don't think he's here. He left? We'll give him, you can't at him. Oh, he left. Alright, well, we're going to have to draw another winner then. Anyone feeling lucky? Any ticket ones in the chat? Because the new winner of the giveaway is Fuchs Gawand. There he is! He's here! He's here! Fuchs Gawand, he's won! He's the lucky winner. Right. Let me send you a message, buddy. And then I'm going to send you the prize later. Start a whisper. Fuchs Gawand. Right. I've sent you a message, buddy. Let me just check that's definitely your name. Yes, that's definitely your name. Okay, so I'll sort you out with a code later. All right? Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to go back and we're going to finish off the giveaway. Go away, hype. Not the giveaway, sorry, the set review. We're going to finish off the set review. We've still got the neutrals to do. I'll sort out the giveaway distribution at the end of the stream. But we've still got the neutrals to do first. All right, let's open up the poll again. Dry Scale Deputy. 2 mana 2/2 Naga. Battle Cry. The next time you draw a spell, get a copy of it. Can we abuse this in some way? Yeah, so we could do it with, I'm just giving an example. You could put a snapshot in your deck, or you could put any card in your deck, in fact, any spell that you can shuffle into your deck, and then and then you can tutor out that shuffled spell with the 3 mana 3/3 that draws a card that didn't start in your deck. So then you could maybe get a copy of a very good spell that you shuffled. And even just by itself, it's a 2 mana 2/2 that adds a card to your hand. Generally, copying a card is on average not as good as drawing a card, but this is still pretty fine. It has a Naga tag as well, so it's a solid minion. I think I'd give this a 3-star rating, and I haven't opened up the voting poll. Right, try voting now. Yeah, it's working now. It's working now, chat. So type your vote now. I give this one a 3. Chat is also giving it a 3. All right, next card. Whelp Wrangler. New poll coming up. 2 mana 2/3. At the end of your turn, get a 1/2 Whelp with Taunt. Happy Whelp. He does look happy. So, this has some synergy in the Dragon Druid deck, which we saw earlier. It's not a great card, but maybe this is just better than some of the bigger dragons that you might have to run in Dragon Druid. I could see it seeing play there, right? Like a 4 mana 3/5. Assuming this dies the turn after you play it, it's a 3 mana 3/5. Sorry, is the stat of a Wrangler plus a Whelp, and it also activates Dragon synergies. So I think it might borderline be playable. I'd give it a 2. There's probably some other applications as well. Like neutral cards, you have to remember, can be used by any class. Maybe there's other classes that want cheap dragons. What's chat giving it? A 1. Chat gives it a 1. Okay, fair enough, chat. Next card. Tram Mechanic. Load up the next poll. Yo, hard Bob, thanks for the prime. Ticket 1. It is such a meme. Tram Mechanic, 1 mana 2/1 Death Rattle. Get a Barrel of Sludge. Toxic waste, handle with care. Oh, it's the same as the Warlock card. You know what? I believe this is the first time they have added unnecessary text to a card since Power Overwhelming, which was like 1 mana, give a minion +4/+4, then it dies horribly. Something like that. toxic waste, handle with care. There you go. So the Barrel of Sludge, I think, is generally bad in the hand. This looks like a bad card. It looks like a 1. Oh, charge. Yeah, I guess they do it from time to time, but that's a whole line of irrelevant text. Why are you giving this card like a 2 or a 3, chat? It's terrible. It's just 2 mana, deal 3 to the lowest health. This is very bad. Very bad card. I'll give it a 2 from the chat, but let it be known that I'm not impressed. Alright, Greedy Partner. 2 mana, 2/3. Battle Cry. If you're holding another 2-cost card, get a coin. Now, the lower IQ chatters might be thinking of coins as being good in Rogue. The higher IQ chatters might be thinking about coins more generally. So, might I remind you that Innovate is a coin which has seen play in almost every Druid deck. So, coins are not to be sniffed at. They're very good. They allow you to access a power turn 1 turn earlier. They can activate combos. The question is, how difficult is it to get this coin? How difficult is it to be holding another 2-cost card? Do I want to play a Bloodfen Raptor in order to get my coin? And I think the answer to that is, this is certainly not a 4-star card, like chat is saying. This is not a card which is going to, a neutral card which is going to see play in every deck. Like, I would say that a 4-star card for neutrals would be something like Ignis. I don't know, maybe Ignis is 5-star, but I think I would put this at 3-star. I don't even think it's 4-star in Rogue. I think there are certain decks which are going to be very happy to get a coin, but it's not going to be like a meta-defining card or anything like that. It's a 3-star card. I'll give it a 4 from chat, but it's not a 4-star card. It's a 3-star card. School Teacher. No, School Teacher is not a 4. School Teacher is a 3. Maybe School Teacher was a 4 when it was initially printed as a 5/4, but School Teacher as a 4/4 is a 3-star card. Alright, next one. Rowdy Partner. 4 mana, 4/3. Battle Cry. If you're holding another 4-cost card, deal 4 damage. You cannot rate this card 4. There's a lot of 4s on the card, but you can't rate it 4. It's a 1, right? It's a 1. I'm very impressed with the restraint that you showed, chat. Not a single person rated the card a 4. Well done. Alright. Gaslight Gatekeeper. 3 mana 3/4. Undead. Battle Cry. Shuffle your hand into your deck, then draw that many cards. Now, we've seen this before. This effect was printed on Plot Twist, which was a Warlock card. It cost 2 mana and it was a spell. So this is now, the effect has been reprinted as a neutral card on a 3 mana 3/4 body. This is Finlay, what? It's Finlay, right? Oh, the rating not working. Whoops. Let me reload it. Sorry, the rating's working now. You can put your rating in. Oh, I guess Finley does cards from the bottom. So Finley swaps your hand with the bottom. This is drawing cards randomly. So it's different to Finley. It's different to Finley. I would argue that it's worse than Finley. The reason why it's worse than Finley is because there are lots of cards in the game that put things onto the bottom of your deck. For example, like Finley and Warrior, you can make the bottom of your deck cheaper and then draw all the discounted cards guaranteed. So I don't think it's as good as Finley. But I think Finley is probably a 3 or a 4-star card. And I don't think this is far behind. There are certainly classes that want to be shuffling and redrawing. Like if you shuffle cast when drawn things into your deck, then this is going to be better than Finley because it activates the cast when drawn effects. It's a good, strong neutral card. I think I would give it a 3-star. And chat is between a 2, a 3, and a 4. So we'll give it a 3 from chat as well. Yeah, it's really good in Quest Demon Hunter as well. Really good in Quest Demon Hunter. Or Wild. Alright, Eroded Sediment. 3 mana, 4/3, Elemental, Battle Cry. If you played an Elemental last turn, discover an Elemental from the past. Now, there's a lot of elemental synergy in some classes, like Shaman and Mage. There's a similar card to this in Mage, which sees almost no play. And the reason it sees no play is because of the stat line. 3 mana 4/3 is a very poor stat line. I'm going to bring up the card that I'm talking about in Mage, by the way. Where is it? I thought it was a Mage card. Maybe I was wrong. It might be a neutral card. Neutral 3. It's like there's something that does something with elementals. I skipped it. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Whirlweaver, yeah. So this one, Battle Cry, if you cast a spell last turn, discover an elemental. So this is very, very similar, right? The difference is the elementals from the past, and the prerequisite is to have played an elemental rather than a spell. But I would put these cards in the same arena, and I think Whirlweaver saw precisely 0 play. Hold on. Now, I'm gonna give it a 2-star rating purely because it's neutral. Neutral cards I tend to give a bit more lenience to when I'm rating them because they can be used in any class. This can be used in Shaman. Possible it might be good in Shaman, better than it is in Mage. But I don't anticipate this card seeing much play. Chat's given it a 1, which I think probably is correct. I'm gonna give it a 2. Past Elemental's really bad as well. Yeah, that is a good shout. Okay, next one. Line Dance Partner. 3 mana 3/2. Battle Cry. If you're holding another 3-cost card, summon a random 3-cost minion. So the average 3-cost minion is like a 3/3. So it's like 3 mana, 5/6 of stats. but quite random and relies on you holding a free cost card. I don't really want to put it in my deck. Like, I'm giving it a 1. Even if it is a lot of stats. Dang Blasted Elemental. 4 mana free, taunt, death rattle, deal 2 damage to all minions except friendly elementals. So if I play this on 4, it's a free body. My opponent trades it, kills it down, whatever, and then it deals 2 damage to everything. Some of the damage is dealt to my side if it's not elementals. It's not a terrible card. I mean, I'm not even sure that this would be good enough, though, to see play in something like Elemental Shaman. Maybe it is just a terrible card. Actually, it is, right? I mean, I think you'd have to be ashamed of yourself to put this in your deck. It's a 1. Cactus Rager. I'm going to give you like 10 seconds to vote on this one, chat. Because we all know what it is. We don't really need to vote on it. Okay, time's up. Next card. Horseshoe Slinger. 3 mana 2/2 mech. Battle Cry. Deal 2 damage to a random enemy minion. Quick draw and one of its neighbors. One. Man, these legendaries are really, really shitty. Not legendaries, neutrals. These neutrals are really shitty. Gold Panna. 2 mana, 1/2. At the end of your turn, draw a card. Oh, it's Mana Tide Totem. How good is Mana Tide Totem now? Does Mana Tide Totem doesn't see any play whatsoever, right? So this is 1 mana cheaper. There's another card like this, called Astral Serpent, which is a 4 mana free, which at the end of your turn, if it didn't attack, it draws 2 cards. Now that doesn't see any play. I think if this was printed a while ago, it would have seen play, but I don't think it does see any play now. I think it's a 1. Chat's actually giving it a 3. Peasant. It does cost, I guess it cost 2 mana. Peasant did see some play, right? I'll give it a 2. I'll give it a 2 because it's a neutral. Sure, I'll give it a 2. I've been swayed. Chat is mainly on a 3 for that one. Miracle Salesman. 1 mana 2/2. Death Rattle. Get a tradable Snake Oil. Which is deal 0 damage. 0 mana. It's literally a snake selling snake oil. Look at the art on that card. Dude, that's so fucking funny, man. um, this is not bad. Look at the flavor text. Hey, hope you're well. Have you ever wanted to be your own boss? So yeah, the snake oil has applications, right? Like Sif. And the 1-mana 2/2 is not bad. Like, what if this just sees play in Sith Mage instead of like Arcane Worm, for example? It probably doesn't, but the body is bigger and the spell is tradable and costs 0. I think this is actually quite good. I think I'd give it a 3. OTK Druid as well. Yeah, I mean, anytime you print a card that costs 0, you have to take it seriously, even if it does nothing. People will find a way to make it do something. I'll give it a 4 from chat, because there's a mix of 3, 4, and 5. Alright, Trapdoor Spider. 2-mana 1/2 Beast. Stealth Poisonous. Oh, I forgot to... No, I did open up the poll again. After your opponent plays a minion, attack it. It's really annoying, right? But then your opponent can just play a shit minion. And then it's just bad. 1 star. Sunspot Dragon. 6-mana 6/6. Tradable. Lifesteal. Quick draw. Deal 6 damage. Now, if you have the quick draw effect, this is quite good. So I'm thinking, it can go face, by the way, it can go face. So let's compare it to Firelands Portal. Alright, Firelands Portal. Firelands Portal deals 6 damage. And it summons a 6-drop. But it doesn't have lifesteal. And it doesn't have tradable. And it's not a dragon. I think this could see play in Dragon Druid. It's not going to be like a meta-defining card, but I think it could end up being a staple. It's between a 2 and a 3 for me. I think I'd lean towards a 3. I think I'm going to give it a 3-star rating. Chat's also given it a 3. Alright, Saloon Brewmaster. 2-mana, 2/2, Battle Cry, return a friendly minion to your hand, give it +2/+2. So we can immediately compare this card to Youthful Brewmaster, which has actually seen some play over the last few months. There were people who are running Youthful Brewmaster in Druid, in Top 100 Legend, to get a copy of Fizzle or Yogg back in the hand, right? So these cards like Youthful Brewmaster and Zola, in the right meta, they do end up seeing play. Now, what you have to ask yourself is this card better than either of those? Is it better than Zola? Is it better than Youthful Brewmaster? I think it's very close to Youthful Brewmaster. You get less immediate stats, but you get a lot more stats later on when you replay the minion. So I would say this probably is slightly better than Youthful Brewmaster. So I would put it at a 2-star card. I think it's a 2-star card and chat agrees. High Noon Duelist. 3 mana 4/3. Death Rattle. Both players draw. Destroy the card that costs less. So if you're going to be playing this deck, you want to play it in a big deck, which is going to be a shit deck anyway. Dude, if it backfires, you literally draw a card for your opponent. It's fucking garbage. This is a 1. This is like the most 1 card ever. The flavor is good. Yeah, the flavor is good. Still not putting it in my deck. Kingpin Pud. Legendary. 6 mana, 6/7. Good stats for the cost. Battle Cry. Resurrect your Ogre Gang. Give them Wind Fury. What the fuck? What? Oh, so there's a bunch of Ogre cards. Okay, so I can put these in my deck. Ogre Gang Outlaw, which is a 3 mana 4/4 with Rush. 50% chance to attack the wrong enemy. It's very good, actually. Ogre Gang Rider, 4 mana 3/6 with Rush. 50% chance to give your hero +3 attack this turn. Instead of attacking, Ogre Gang Ace, Rush whenever this attacks, gain Divine Shield. 50% chance to gain Lifesteal instead. So we can put all of these cards in the deck, and then we can play this and resurrect them with Wind Fury. And this one can sometimes go face as well, right? This reminds me a little bit of the Outposts. Do you remember the Crossroads Watch Posts? That came with the Barons, and then there was a card which resurrected. Like, we didn't resurrect them, but it summoned a 5/5 for every Watch Post that you'd summoned. How do these cards compare to Watch Posts? I think the Ogre Gang Outlaw is not bad. This one, I think, is shit. And this one, I think, is also kind of shit. Well, I don't know, like 5/4, Rush, Divine Shield, or Lifesteal. I mean, they're good, but you don't know which one it's going to be, do you? I think this could be solid. It's a solid neutral win condition. Chat's giving it a 5-star? Dude, we have to run so many bad cards to make it good. I'll give it a 3, I think, but I think 3 is pushing it. I don't really believe in it. Alright, Ogre Gang Ace. 5 mana, 5/4 Rush. We've just seen the card. Whenever this attacks, gain Divine Shield or Lifesteal instead. We'll have to give it a 2 because we've said that the Kingpin Pud is playable. So we'll have to give it a 2. Stop it, chat. Stop giving it 5. I'm not paying attention to you, alright? This isn't a democracy anymore. I'm listening to the sensible people who've given it a 2. Alright, next one. Ogre Gang Rider. 4 mana, 3/6 rush, 50% chance to give your hero +3 attack this turn instead of attacking. So, this was definitely the worst out of the Ogre Gang. Oh, it's all Ogre now. Dude, they're just giving it 5s. You pieces of shit. This was supposed to be a serious set review, and you're making a mockery of it. I'm not giving the card a 5-star rating. I'm gonna listen to the other chatters who've given it a 1. I'm giving it a 2. Ogre Gang Outlaw. I think this is probably the better one out of the ogres. Fucking hell, chat! Stop it! Stop it! I mean, this is not a bad card, but like, it's not a 5-star card, alright? There is an underwhelming minority who are giving it 2. I'm gonna go with the ones who are giving it 2, and I'm giving it a 3. Why would you do this, chat? Why are we giving the ogres a 5-star rating? Are some of you like secretly Shrek or something? Alright, moving on. It's all ogre now. Gattlesnake. 5 mana, 1/5. At the end of your turn, load 2 bullets that deal 1 damage each. Death Rattle, fire at random enemies. So basically it just stores up bullets and then it spits them out. Be kind of interesting if we gave it poisonous, but it's shit, right? It's unplayable. It's a 1-star. Oh, this is Bunny's Worlds card. It's nice they're still keeping up with this tradition. Bunny Stomper. 2 mana, 1/3, beast. Your beasts have rush. So we saw a similar card to this, which was Animated Broomstick, I think. So that was a 1 mana, 1/1 with a battle cry. Give your minions rush. Now, Animated Broomstick was very good. Animated Broomstick probably ended up being a 4 or 5-star card. This cost 1 more, and it applies only to beasts. So, maybe in Hunter, this becomes very good. Like, it's a very we know it's a powerful effect because we've seen it before. So, and it's neutral again. I don't think it's as good as Animated Broomstick, but the effect is continuous too. Like, you can keep playing beasts after you've played this, and future beasts can have rush as well. So, I'm seeing mostly 2s from chat, and I think I would give it a 3. It gives itself... Yes, it does. It does have rush itself. That is true. It's bovine... Oh my goodness. That's a good spot from Rotshop. So if you play this with Dire Wolf Alpha and the new Hunter card, you just clear any board. Let's just go and see that new Hunter card a moment. Yeah, so imagine that you put this down with Direwolf Alpha. It just clears any board. I mean, it costs 7 mana, but it clears any board. Kind of funny. Alright, where were we? Azurite Gigante. Eight mana, 8/8, elemental. Costs 1 less for each turn in a row you've played an elemental. So there was another card like this, right? I can see what's happening here. They're trying to make Elemental Shaman work, and it's looking like it might actually work. If you just ram 30 Elementals into a Shaman, is there enough support to make it work now? Maybe. I do think this could see play in a deck like that, though. So I'm going to give it a 2-star. I don't think it's a 1-star, chat. 2 from Meatman, 1 from chat. Snake Oil Seller. Four mana, 4/5 Naga. Death Rattle, shuffle 2 tradable snake oils into your opponent's deck. It's a Yeti with... I mean, we know what the snake oil is, right? They're these useless tradable cards. It shuts off Reno effects, but the Reno cards all suck anyway. I think this is unplayable. Albatross was better than this, yes. Yeah, I'm going to give this a 1-star. It's very close to being a 2. You know what? It's a neutral card, so I'm giving it a 2. Because it is reminiscent of Albatross, right? I think Albatross had to be nerfed to like a 4 mana 4/3. The difference between the two is that Albatross was being played in a meta where there were actually good Reno cards. Most of the Reno cards here suck. This has more stats. It has 2 extra health. And the snake oils being tradable makes them worse than the 1/1 tokens as well. But I'll give it a 2 just as a nod to Albatross. Alright, howdy, Fim. 2 mana, 2/3 Murloc. Whenever your card has less than 3 cards in it, get a random Murloc. Now, can I just draw your attention to the fact that let's say we play this and we have 2 cards in our hand, alright? We get a Murloc. When we play that Murloc, we get a Murloc. Do you see? So this keeps giving you Murlocs. Like if you keep playing the Murlocs you get another one instantly. Now that's going to be quite good in a Murloc deck. Obviously, we have to have less than 3 cards. But if there's ever an aggressive Murloc type deck again, or maybe even just an aggressive deck full stop. I mean, you could play a deck like Aggro Druid, where you vomit your entire hand onto the board, and then drop this, you have 3 Murlocs. And then you can play a Murloc and you get another Murloc. I think it's a good card. I'd give it a 3-star. I don't think it's a 4-star. Maybe it is a 4-star. It's somewhere between 3 and 4, maybe. Chat's giving it a 4. It's good. It's a good card. In the right deck. Alright. Cattle Rustler. 5 mana 3/4. Draw a beast. It costs 3 less. Is there anything broken that we can tutor out with this? Like, is there some kind of a combo that we can enable? Like a really big expensive beast that I can then copy or something? 6 mana King Crush. Colossals, yeah, we can tutor out Colossals. Horson. You see what I mean? Like, stuff costing 3 less is scary. Imagine that they print a broken 9-cost beast. Like King Crush. And that's the only beast you run. And then you draw it with this. I'll give it a 2-star. Because I do think it has fringe applications. Chat's also given it 2-star. Burrow Buster. 5 mana, 6/4 mech. Rush. Battle Cry, excavate a treasure. So it's a neutral excavate effect. Is it better than some of the excavates that classes have access to? It's pretty bad, right? 5. Yeah, I think even in excavate decks, I don't think they'd want to run this. You think Warlock will need this? Maybe. I'm going to go with a 2. Just because maybe you need it for the excavate effect. But I think if you have to play this, I think you're very, very sad. Bounty board. 3 mana. 0/5. Your excavate, quick draw, tradable, and legendary cards cost 1 less. Does that stack, by the way? So let's say that I have a card which is quick draw and tradable. Does it cost 2 less? Probably not, right? I don't think it's that good. I think it's a 1. But I'm trying to think of a broken combo, but I don't think it's there. Yeah, give it a 1. Has to be a reason they're making this card. Yeah, people will try and do meme decks with it, right? But I don't think they'll be competitive. Azurite Chain Gang. How long can this go on? For 6 years at least. 4 mana 2/3. Taunt, Battle Cry, and Quick Draw. Summon a copy of this. Oh, and it's a Taunt card. So if you run it in Taunt Warrior, you can buff it up and then summon copies. Oh, this is very good. It's a very good card, right? It's like a 4-star. Because it's neutral as well. Quick Draw. Quick Draw is an additional effect which triggers if the card entered your hand this turn. Yeah, it's a 4. I'm quite excited to try Taunt Warrior, actually. Might do some theory crafting after this. Alright, next card. Flint Firearm. 3 mana 3/3. Battle Cry. Get a random quick draw card. If you play it this turn, repeat this. So quick draw cards are generally stronger than normal cards if they're played with the quick draw effect, but that's very random. And I guess you could have some synergy with like bounty board. Like maybe you play this plus like bounty board, and then you get like a bunch of 0 mana quick draws. Hold on, let's go back. So my quick draw cards cost 1 less. How many quick draw cards are there? Let me have a quick look. Hold on. So there's a 3, a 2, a 2, a 3, a 2, a 2, a 3. This is we're very close to having something here, you know. Imagine that you play your Flint Firearm and you play 2 bounty boards. If you can just permanently generate 2 mana quick draws, it'll be really, really good, right? But you can't do it. Almost all of them cost 3 or less. There's one rogue one which costs 4, and there's one dragon which costs 6. So if you can find a way to get 3 bounty boards in play, which shouldn't be too hard if you're running the right deck, then there's Azurite Chain Gang as well. Then you can go infinite with this until you generate an Azurite Chain Gang, a Sunspot Dragon, or Drilly the Kid. And maybe you can keep going infinite if you have like some other... Oh no, you can't. You have to actually play the card this turn. Anyway, I don't believe in this combo. I'm just drawing people's attention to it. In terms of what we actually rate this card, for me, it's a 1. And I think the overwhelming... Well, chat is mainly on a 1 as well. You can refresh mana with... Oh, you're right. There's a druid one which refreshes mana, right? I think it's still a meme. All right, next one. Is there an OTK? There's not. Sheriff Barrel Bum. 4 mana 4/4. If you have 20 or less health, open the Badlands jail. which is a 4/4 location. Make a minion go dormant for 3 turns. So there was a card like this. It was a 4 mana 4/3, which made a minion go dormant for 3 turns. Do you remember? And that was unplayable. Now, with this, we get a location. It was Maev, right? Maev or something. With this, you get a location, so you can do it 3 times, but we need to have 20 or less health. I'm very hesitant to give this more than a 1-star rating because of how bad Maev was. But I do think, given we've got 3 charges, I think it's better than Maev. So I will probably give this a 2. Chat is also giving it a 2. Alright, next one. And we're almost at the end now. Kobold Miner. 2 mana, 1/1, battle cry, excavate a treasure. I think this is about as free as a card gets. Chat is actually giving it a 4, but yes, it will see a lot of play. You have to remember, chat, alright, 4 mana cards are cards that not only see a lot of play, but have like a significant impact on the meta. Like they're one of the stronger cards in your deck. I don't think this is a 4-star card. I think it's a 3-star card. Chat is actually now giving it more votes of 3. But it's a good card that we'll see play. And the last one, Thunderbringer, which we've already been playing with this card. Now this card is seeing some play, so it's automatically a 2. I don't think it's a very good card. I think I would leave it at a 2. There are some people in chat who are giving it a 5. Is that just because it's called Horson? You made Legend with it. Okay, I mean, you probably didn't make Legend because of this card. You probably made Legend in spite of this card. Because I can't think of a single deck where this card is going to make it better. Not a competitive deck anyway. Like, people are running it in Mech Rogue, and they're doing so in spite of themselves. Like, this is not good in Mech Rogue. Chat, you know, the more I'm talking, the more 2s I'm seeing. So I'm gonna make that a 2 from chat as well. That's it. That's the end of our Badlands set review. So I'll probably do a tiny bit of theory crafting now, because I gotta say I'm excited. I think this, and I hope that people will agree with me when I say this. I think this looks like a great set. I think there's a lot of fun cards that I'm excited to play in this set. Was there any card I gave a 5? Yeah, by the way, we're still missing 3 legendaries. We're still waiting for 3 legendary cards to be revealed. So this is not a complete set review, but we have reviewed 98% of the cards, which gives us a very good idea of what we're dealing with. Now, the cards, the only card that I gave a 5-star rating was the Warlock card. Which, let me just bring up the only card we gave a 5-star rating. Tram Conductor Jerry. 7 mana, 4/4 battle cry. If you've excavated twice, summon 6 3/3 tram cars with rush. I think that is a broken card. And I think what it should say is summon a 3/3 tram car with rush for each time you've excavated. Because then it would take a little bit longer to become broken. But what's going to happen now is you're going to get to Jerry and you're going to win the board. And then you've got the broken Warlock excavate reward behind it. Can I explain what it takes for a card to be worthy of a 5? Okay, let me give you some examples of 5-star cards. Yogg. Yogg was a 5-star card. What else was a 5-star card? Maybe either Sif or maybe the creation card in Mage, the 4-mana creation that clears any board. Astalor in its prime. Astalor was a 5-star card. Zephrys was a 5-star card. Ilusha was a 5-star card. A lot of the Titans were 5-star cards. Like the Shaman Titan was a 5-star card when it got at the start of the Titan meta. A 5-star card is a card which is not only strong, but which is meta defining. Right? When you think about that meta, that was the card which defined that meta, right? Or it was an essential part of that meta. Like when people think about Ungoro, they think about the Caverns Below, right? The Rogue Quest, which was a 5-star card. Maybe, when you think about the Witchwood meta, people think about Gen and Baku. Those were 5-star cards, right? That's what it takes to be a 5-star card. Denathrius was a 5-star card. Drekthar was a 5-star card. Yes. And there's only one card that I've given 5-star, and that is Tram Conductor Jerry this time. But there's there's a lot of cards we've given 4, and I'm very excited to play them for sure. In terms of theory crafting, the ones that I want to craft the most, I want to make a Death Knight, and I think I want to make 2 different Death Knights. I want to make a triple frost and then a double frost, or no, a triple frost and then a 1 frost 2 unholy is what I want to make for Death Knight. Fuck Demon Hunter. I want to make a Dragon Druid. Yeah, I don't really care about Hunter. Like Hunter got some good cards, but I don't like the class. Mage had a bad set, but Mage is already really strong. Paladin, the cards didn't really inspire me that much, so pass. Priest had a really shitty set. Rogue had a shitty set. Shaman, I'd be interested to make like an elemental shaman. Warlock, I was very excited about Warlock. I definitely want to make Warlock. Warrior, I want to make Taunt Warrior. So that's 6 things that I kind of want to feel.